Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of our activity on Reinventing CBSUA Services, training webinar on health and wellness and service excellence. Before we have the first topic for today's training webinar, let's have a recap or review of what transpired during our first day of training. So yesterday, our dear president emphasized the values that we need to achieve our vision as an agricultural research university of global standards through one CBSUA system. We need to instill and imbibe in ourselves the values of discipline, respect, and care. Also, we had a series of topics from our resource persons on how we can maintain our well-being holistically during this pandemic. We had Dr. Valerie Belmonte on physical health, Ms. Joan de la Trinidad on mental health, and Reverend Father Rolando B. Canonce on spiritual health. So those are the chunks of our first day training webinar session. So to start our second day, let me first discuss again the reminders and guidelines on the attendance to training webinar. First, participants can join Zoom meeting webinar 5 to 10 minutes before the start of the training. Participants' names during the training webinar should be as format as you can see on your screen. It's campus/office/your name. So you can rename your account before joining the webinar. As an example on your screen, it's pili/HRD/Juan de la Cruz. Next, the audio and video of all participants will be off during the session. If there will be questions or clarifications, participants can write or send them at the Q&A board. After discussion and input from the resource person, questions or clarifications from the Q&A board will be answered. At the end of each training day or webinar day, participants must submit an evaluation. And reminder, e-certificates will be issued only to registered participants who will accomplish all the post-webinar evaluations, which can be accessed after the training webinar. Please double-check submitted information as the training organizer will not be responsible for any incorrect data submitted. So there, we have the guidelines on the attendance to training webinar. So now let me walk you through the 3-day training or our schedule for today's training webinar. So today we will have the topic on the surprising role of digital technology this time of pandemic. And this afternoon we'll have Google Meet, Zoom, and other video conferencing applications. So the schedule of the training for tomorrow, we will have a series of topics on service excellence. We'll have the topics on how to connect with customers or clients, dealing with challenges, and then excellent service and enhancing performance and understanding record at work. So those are the chunks of our training webinar. I think everyone is ready for today's training webinar session and excited to what will transpire and what we can learn today. So let me introduce to you our speaker for today's training. So our speaker is from Davao City. So our speaker earned her BS Computer Engineering degree at Ateneo de Davao University. And currently, he is the CEO of Cento Software Solution Incorporated. So now let's welcome Mr. Cedric Matthew Gador. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Narinig ba?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. So,
Okay, sir. You can share your screen po.
Yep. Host disabled.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. You can now share your screen.
Mm, Okay na ba? Nakikita ba? Okay. All right. So, good morning, everyone. Let me know if I have problems with the PowerPoint, kung hindi nyo makita, or the voice is very echoey, or any problem will arise. Please let me know so that I can adjust. Um, Thank you very much for inviting me here, Sir Luigi, and everyone in the seminar. I'm very honored and privileged to be one of the resource speaker on your webinar called Reinventing Qualities CBSUA Services. Um, and also kudos to the school for doing this, as there is a real need for trainings like this because of the new normal that we are facing. So before I start, I'd like to introduce myself. Introduce na ako ni Sir Luigi. Um, i-reintroduce ko lang sarili ko. I am Cedric Matthew Gador. I graduated BS Computer Engineering last 2015 in Ateneo de Davao University. Um, I am the CEO slash software analyst designer of Cento Software Solutions, a company we founded approximately 2 years ago. We build softwares for clients and businesses. Um, and then I also, on the sides, I also do consultation and training on any topics that I have a slight knowledge of, like for example IT related na mga topics, financial literacy, technopreneurship. So have done quite a few of trainings in those fields. So by no means I am a pro level kind of trainer, but I'm trying to be better, and this hopefully will become a fruitful one for you as well. So we will be together for 7 hours. I know that's really, really um, long, but I'll try to make it bearable, no, for us. So it's split between two sessions: the morning session and the afternoon session. Sir Luigi's displayed the schedule, but I tweaked it a bit. If it's okay, Sir Luigi, that I will do the the Zoom video conferencing tools first, and then later na ang mga Microsoft Offices, and then I will introduce as well some other topics that might be useful for your institution and your participants as well. So in the morning we will be having the topics, video conferencing and proper etiquette, and then the tools and how to present, and then um, no, review in PowerPoint. Sorry, I did not did not edit this. This should be at the afternoon. So mostly our discussion will be revolving around the first two topics, and then on the afternoon, we will be having review in Microsoft Word, and then Excel, alternative solutions, and then also easy file sharing among teams. So that you will be equipped with these new technologies that are available and that are not might not be being used by your offices or your teams. Okay, so video conferencing etiquette, the do's and don'ts in video calls or video conferences. Uh, I wanted to discuss this first. I'll just backtrack a little bit. I wanted to discuss this first because I thought that this would be parang a starting ground for you to be familiar with video conferencing and the rules, etc. But apparently, as Sir Luigi had briefed you already, you know the basic, what to do, what not to do. So I'm very glad that you are already knowledgeable in those things. But nonetheless, I will discuss them one by one so that when you have smaller team meetings, you may apply those as well. Okay, so these are not very difficult na mga steps. It's just very basic, just common courtesy, how to common knowledge on how to set up, etc. etc. Uh, Someone raised their hand. Okay, yeah. Someone raised their hand. Probably misclick, I suppose. Okay, so I'll continue na lang. Again, it's just common knowledge on para naman everyone gets to know how video conferencing works. If ever they'll use it in other aspects of their day-to-day life. So, okay. So let's define first what is video conferencing. So it's a meeting between two or more participants in different locations. So we are used to the face-to-face meetings or conferences. Now video conferencing is from two different locations. So we use internet connection, we use audio and video to communicate through a third party application or software, such as the one we're using right now, which is what we call Zoom. And then we also have Google Meet, which I will discuss later, and Microsoft Teams, and others as well, na less popular, but still they do the job of they fit the description of a video conferencing software. So again, we'll be discussing those three because they're the most popular ones, and they're the most popular ones for a reason as well. So they have a lot of features, nice features for you to utilize and take advantage of. So the new normal exposed us to change dynamics in how we work. So it's as sirang plaka na to say that COVID has transformed our lives, the way we work, the way we go out, the way we communicate, even the way we purchase, diba? So probably, and we realized that with this pandemic, we realized that almost everything can be online, diba? We can do things online na. So we sell online, we talk online, etc., etc. So in tech, we say this as a forced digital transformation. So before, companies or even schools did not really see the value of learning video conferencing, learning how to uh, uh, you know improve their digital skills, because we got used to the things that we are doing in the office, diba? Everything is parang physical, diba? Letters are written and then signed from this office to this office, communication face to face, etc. So lahat ng ginagawa natin, it's physical. We use digital for the kumbaga, very important, or yung mga malalayo na mga ano na mga tao, we need to communicate with them. But most of our what we do is really just the traditional one. So eto ngayon si COVID, we're forced in a lockdown situation. We can't go out as much. Schools and other establishments are prohibited to operate. Now we are in a forced digital transformation. So what that means is that um, we now have to do things online, whether we like it or not. So with this, of course, because of the things that we ignored, the digital skills that we ignored, there is now a digital skills gap among workers. Not everyone has it. Some are very techy, some are very knowledgeable about these kinds of things. But for people na parang they did not see the importance of trying out, and learning these stuffs. Parang paturo lang ako sa anak ko, or nak, paano ba to? Parang ganyan. So those things were nakikita natin yung evidence ng digital skills gap. Okay? So now we need to parang um, parang practice it again, or parang enrich our knowledge with our digital skills, because again, undeniably it is a necessity right now. So COVID or not, this skill um, should be taken seriously. Sorry. So I find it hard to believe that, some people just say na, I can live without, these digital skills. Um, they just want the very very minimum ones. I If you want to me, as a technopreneur, I've been in this industry for a couple of years now. I think the digital skills is a pivotal part of growth in this digital world that we live in. So we cannot, you know we cannot function within a day na hindi gumagamit ng technology. We have our phones always on our hands or pockets. Everything is digital, kumbaga. So I say that we should always try to improve our digital skills so that we can cope up with um, the world that we live in right now. So yun. Uh, so yun. With a gap digital gap that we want, that we determined, let's try to dig in deeper to conference calls. So I was trying to point out the problem that, there's a gap, and then we need to address it. And now let's go back to the conference call problem. So let's try to determine the types of conference calls. So the first type is interactive. So this is the type where participants are encouraged to participate, talk, speak, engage, you know, uh, exchange ideas, etc., etc. So this can be this can be done on a smaller team, kumbaga. So let's say for example, sorry, let's say for example in an office setting where you are 10 people, and then you need to plan something for an event or for your tasks, then this can be done, the interactive setting. But so that's why it's mostly resembles the face-to-face discussions among teams. So parang round table discussion, di ba? So yun, very interactive. You exchange ideas back and forth. The second one is streaming. So there are two types of participants: the speakers and then the listeners. So I think this seminar is set up to be this kind, because you have the panelists and then you have the participants. So it's very well organized na. Um, these types of conference calls, eto naman, one-way communication most of the time with little to no feedback. So, feedback can be uh, in the form in these types of calls. Feedbacks can be in a form of Q&As. I think Zoom has that. The participants can raise their hands, etc., etc. So through chat as well. So may chat din ito na feature on Zoom, diba? So those are the things that are um, parang one-way communication, and then you want to reach the speaker, saying that, hey, there's something wrong with your audio, or you might have missed a point, etc., etc. So very minimal ang interaction between the speaker and the listeners. Okay. So the types of conference calls, or the examples rather of conference calls for interactives, are discussions and collaborations, as I have said earlier, between teams. Distance learnings. So you can I see a lot of grade school students na they're starting their distance learnings na, and then they're talking to their teachers through through laptops, etc. So it's and then casual meetings. So you can have like mga friendly meetings, friendly Zoom meetings. I know it's not really parang a Zoom thing; it's more like a messenger thing. But you can have casual meetings in Zoom as well. So you're allowed to have
Hello? Sorry po no. Narinig po ba ako?
Yes, sir. Yes po.
Okay, connecting pa yung laptop ko.
a while ago, experiencing technical difficulties. Medyo po yung net ko. I think I'll try to turn off my video for a while to make this a little bit faster.
So Luigi, I'm redirected to a webinar registration.
Sir, sorry po.
Pag i-click ko yung link, ay, ayun, okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir, we can see it well.
So, birthday, so we stopped sa birthday party celebrations and weddings. So people are really creative now that when COVID hit and we can't do celebrations anymore, a lot of things happened via conference calls, particularly Zoom. That's why Zoom became very, very parang famous. It's because of these crazy ideas that people are throwing, like say, for example, birthday parties. They do it via Zoom, weddings, which are very cute. Like there are four people, and then everyone else is nasa screen lang. Um, so yeah, it's interactive because you're allowed to talk over each other. Streaming, on the other hand, is something like this, that what we're doing. Parang ako lang nagsasalita and then everyone else is listening. So yun, it's to be honest, it's parang daunting na do they understand me? Yun yung new normal for teachers, di ba? Especially if everyone else is, if you're trying to control the class and you're not allowing everyone to talk over you or each other. Parang daunting na naririnig ba nila ako or naiintindihan ba nila ako, especially if there's not much interaction uh, between the lecturer and the speaker and the participant. So webinars, again, there's a lot of webinars that is happening all around the world. Free, yung mga courses, tech experts are giving it for free. May ibang webinars that can reach up to 10,000 people na audience. It's that's one example of the streaming. Another is online selling. It's funny because when I thought of how the what are the examples of streaming, I thought of yung mga Facebook na mga people na nagbebenta. I have nothing against them. It's great na they can think of those innovative ways. So para ang saya lang, like mine, or parang nagbo-bargain sila para through online. So some examples of the snippets that I have gotten from the web, basically ito siya, online selling. This one is a wedding. The other one is the typical meeting setup, and then this one is a house party, parang kanya-kanyang house party, and then they add a Zoom meeting. There's one DJ. This one, Jay Hyman, is the DJ, and then everyone else is dancing to his music. It's really, really cool, and people are really parang innovative in what they can do with technology, kumbaga. And now just recently nag-start na yung mga bata. So here's an example of a learning session, distant learning session sa mga bata. So I just covered their faces, their minors, and the teachers there talking to the children. So yun. So, with that, with the new normal that we have, and then the new ways of we do meetings or we do things, there are also the new distractions. Okay, so on a physical or face-to-face meeting, we have some of the distractions that we experience is, for example, random noises, pens falling, papers getting crumbled, um, ano po ba, mga chair na nagmo-move, na nagsisqueak, yung mga random noises. Gossiping, of course. This does not, hindi ito mawawala sa mga meetings. Chika sa katabi, chika nasa likod mo, or yung, they're not paying attention to the meeting, which is, you know, normal in a way. I do that a lot as well. So gossiping, it's a distraction sa meeting, especially for the one who is presenting, diba? Tapos klarong-klaro yung mga nag-uusap. Phones not put in silent mode. So bigla na lang nagri-ring, may tumatawag, nanonood, nag-scroll sa Facebook, and then may video na nagpe-play. bigla, and then everyone can hear the loud noise, di ba? So, yun, another example of distraction. Undesirable working environment. So this can vary from office to office. Sometimes masyadong mainit or masyadong masikip, or the meeting places that are not conducive for discussions, kumbaga. And then lastly, the movement of people. So a lot of people na parating tumatayo, kalakad-lakad, punta dito, punta doon. It's very distracting, diba? So ngayon, in the new normal, the online meetings, iba naman na yung distraction natin. So hindi na yung typical na ganito. So first distraction, batang umiiyak, hindi yan mawawala on every conference call. Merong manok ni tito na ingay-ingay, aso, mga pets, ka-office niyong feeling six-pack. So yung mga hubadera, hindi nag-t-shirt ng decent, electric fan na nakatutok sa mic. Ito, isa sa mga pinaka-annoying na nangyayari is that syempre, mainit ng Pilipinas, normal na nag-electric fan tayo, pero yung iba, nakatutok sa mic, so ang ingay. Ang ingay-ingay ng ano niya, ng output sound niya. And then, boxer shorts gaming. So yung mga chill lang, decent yung top, and then naka-boxer shorts lang pala, and then apparently, pag tayo, kita yung boxer. So, kidding aside, kidding aside, nagbago lang talaga yung distractions natin. So, to make online meetings more viable, we could avoid these distractions. So, out of respect sa speaker, and then out of respect for others who are in the meeting as well. So, although may comedic sense itong mga example ko, pero it does happen, diba? It's not alam naman natin yun. We see that on every parang Facebook na mga bloopers, or even on YouTube na mga funny videos ng mga online conferences. So these things happen. So now we want to avoid these mga new distractions. Now, how do we avoid these new distractions? So first and foremost, prepare your workspace. So isolate if possible. For example, go to your room or office where people or pets cannot disturb you. Okay? So this is very important, especially if you are going to be conversing with your colleagues. Because again, it's not nice na merong mag-interrupt sa inyo sa conversation nyo every now and then, diba? And then, nawawala sa focus, kumbaga, sa topic na dinidiscuss nyo, instead, napupunta yung focus on the distractions that you are having. So this also includes, setting up your electric fan na hindi directly tatama sa mic. So again, preparing your workspace para conducive siya for an online meeting. Okay? So dress decent. So you don't want to go viral, diba? You don't want to have those kinds of bloopers. So I've seen so many wardrobe fails in online meetings. Your companion does not expect you to wear formal clothes like suit and tie, or barong Tagalog, or long sleeves and all. But the key word there is decent. A shirt will do. Probably pants or leggings if you're comfortable with that. Just dress decent, okay? Para hindi maging distractions yung itsura niyo sa they call this sa meeting, okay? So next, okay, turn off the camera. Ironically, I turned on my camera, but I wanted to turn on my camera because I'm discussing. At least you can see a face, and this does not, become a parang, we call this podcast. So, anyways, turn off the camera if both are not possible. So, yung mga first 2 points ko, if those are not possible, you cannot isolate yourself. You cannot um, parang dress decent. Turn off the camera na lang so that you will not provide any distraction sa mga other participants and your that speaker as well. But of course, you have to judge this if okay lang ba ito or will it seem disrespectful. Kasi, diba, if you turn off your camera, parang in a way, it's a uh, an apathy or what do you call that? Parang wala kang pake. Wala kang pake sa meeting niyo or something like that. Diba? It's if you are engaging with someone, then you turn off your camera and then meron siyang camera, diba? It's better to have parang face-to-face na so that you can see the reactions as well and the other party can see your reactions as well. Okay? So it's better if you would do this, you would ask the leader, the speaker, if this is okay. So okay. Why do we turn off the camera? We don't want to provide much visual distractions to the speaker and other members. So again, mag-shift yung focus to you or what you're doing or whatever is happening sa likod mo or whatnot. Okay? So mute your microphone, another parang related to turn off your camera, but especially if the noise is unavoidable, diba? Just mute your microphone. So we cannot avoid na there are some people have a lot of people in their house or any circumstances that's beyond their control. Let's say, for example, may construction sa tabi ng bahay nyo, diba? It's something that you cannot, say, oy, stop muna kasi may video conference ako, diba? It's beyond your control. So, if this is the situation that you are in, inform your supervisor just out of courtesy na, hey, I can't use my camera right now, I can't talk really well, otherwise if i-on ko yung camera ko, ang ingay-ingay, and I will just provide distractions to everyone. So I'd like to mute my mute my microphone and then just use chat instead. So dun ko na lang ilalagay yung points ko or yung ideas ko. I guess we have to understand each other naman. We're in different situations. We have different na parang scenarios kung saan tayo ngayon. Hindi naman tayo isang lugar lang nagsistay. So again, I hope na mapag-usapan naman ang ganitong situation. So kasi, some people find it offensive and you just parang wala ka lang pakialam sa meeting or wala kang gustong input. So again, I go back to the types of conference calls that we have on the need to mute the camera or turn off the phone. So interactive na mga conference calls, you don't want to overlap conversations. Okay, it can get really, really messy. So if you're not talking, just mute your mic, and then if you want to talk again, unmute your mic. Okay? So if kakausapin mo si mama mo or asawa mo or ano bang mga sino pa bang gustong kausap mo sa bahay, just mute your mute your microphone and then talk to them and then unmute after that. Okay? So parang ganun. Okay. So if streaming, then this is kind of expected na you're always muted if you're a participant. Okay. So most likely you get to ask questions. If via audio, then you'll have a certain time na allotted for that. Otherwise, when discussing, it should be parang muted lahat. So before Zoom has no control over this. Parang everyone has the free reign to mute or unmute their camera, like mute or unmute their microphone. Right now, my mute all function now, which is nice because now you can have a sense of control kung anong gusto mo mangyari sa webinar or sa lecture mo. So that's nice. Even other conferencing apps has that as well. So again, the purpose that we mute our mics on a streaming na conference call is because we don't want to distract. Let's say there are 100 participants. We don't want to distract the other 99. Okay. So if you're loud, imagine being 100 times loud if everyone is, not muted. So again, there are other ways naman to provide feedback, such as chats or other visual cues like raising of hands that can be arranged. Or I think my feature din si Zoom na you can raise your hand, which is nice. Okay, so video conferencing applications, Zoom, Google Meet, and Teams. Okay, so we start with Zoom. Okay, so Zoom, or the company name is Zoom Video Communications Incorporated. It's a video, telephony, and online chat services through cloud-based peer-to-peer software platform. So one of the reasons I think why Zoom became very popular is that it's very, 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 very easy to use and very user-friendly. So if you want the basics of basics lang talaga na gusto mo makipag-usap sa team mo and wala nang masyadong, daming click, it's the software for you. Okay, so we can have more advanced setups such as this one, but on the basic level, you can just click one button, set up a meeting, and then send the link or send the code, then everyone can join. I mean, that's it. So that's why it became very, very popular. And then also it's available across all platforms. So that's why it's one. So it can handle up to 300 to 1,000 participants. These are the features, the key features that their system offers. So meetings and chats, video webinar, conference rooms, phone system, and marketplace. So conference rooms is a new feature for them. It's parang ported from the Microsoft Teams na may team channels, or from Slack na may channels din sila. So now Zoom has the parang Teams na setting. So I think channels din yung tawag nila. Phone system, you can actually use Zoom to call if you want, but again, most of the time we don't use that we just purely use Zoom for video conferencing, diba? And then marketplace is where you can integrate things in Zoom. So such as if you want to integrate it with your Google Calendar or other third-party apps that might be useful in your meetings. So I don't know, I can't think on top of my head ng mga integrations, but I think I'm disconnecting again. Sorry. Reconnect. Reconnect. Okay, so again, those are the features of Zoom right now. This is their interface, basically, when you try to launch the application. So this is the interface. There are 4 buttons, the dates here, the upcoming meetings that you have, the tabs at the top. So very basic lang. If you want to create a new meeting, if you want to join a meeting, if you want to schedule one, or if you want to screen share. So again, one of the best features ng Zoom is their very easy to use. Wait, I'm gonna pause it here. So Eto naman, these are the they I think recently improved. So you can have one-on-one messaging here to another person, and then you can also create channels. So very convenient because when you have a channel such as this one, let's say for example test channel tawag, you can do your chats here sa bottom, you can upload files, etc., etc. And then by the time that you want to start a meeting, um, you just press this button on the top. So this one, okay. So after that, everyone there will be a pop-up that will say na this will invite everyone to a meeting, and then automatic na pwede na silang pumasok lahat. So everyone who is in the channel can enter the meeting. So parang uh, easy na for people na hindi na one by one is send yung code, send yung code, send yung code, etc. So you just have to organize this channel. So it's very easy again. Just click this plus button here, and then you create your channel, and then you invite your participants, and then that's it. Parang group chat lang sa Messenger basically, with more features such as this one, the video conferencing. Um, so yan, parang ito. So nag-create ako ng HR team na example. So unfortunately, hindi nakikita yung pop-ups sa video recording ko, but this one, may pop-up na ito na nag-start na yung recording. So next tab is the meetings tab. So we were in the chat tab kanina. Ito naman meetings tab. So dito makita mo yung mga upcoming meetings mo if you have one scheduled, and then of course your recorded na mga files. So unfortunately, Zoom does not have a cloud recording, at least it's a free version. If you are to record your Zoom recording, it's automatically uploaded on your documents na folder. If you have a premium account or a pro account, then you can have cloud storage for your Zoom meeting, so which is nice. I will discuss later about Google Meet and Google Teams and how advanced they are on that aspect. That for them, that's a free feature. So eto, this is the URL link of your one. So of course, after that, you can have naman other ways to put this in the cloud, such as uploading it in Google Drive or emailing it or whatnot. But again, the convenience of having it already in the cloud the moment you finish recording is it's a plus. So parang lugi si Zoom doon when it comes to features. And lastly, you have your contacts here. I don't have anything in my contacts because I don't use Zoom much. But you can add people here, you can add teams here, etc., etc. Okay, so that's the. So this one naman is how you launch a meeting, a basic meeting. Example, this one, new meeting. Ito naman yung lalabas. So meeting topic is Zedricador, Zoom meeting, Zedricador. Ito, may password din siya. Then, invite link. So, ito yung papasa nyo sa ibang tao. So, for example, ito na yung meeting na gagamitin nyo, pasa nyo lang sa group messenger nyo sa Facebook if you don't have a channel, the one that I demoed. So, if you want to send this invite link sa Facebook messenger nyo, sa group nyo, then you can, and then send mo lang din yung password if it's enabled. So, at the bottom naman, there are these mga buttons na very self-explanatory naman. So, join audio, start video. So, it's your control, nakakontrol mo kung mag-join ka ba with audio, or you do want to show your face or not, etc. So, okay. So, sa baba, explain ko na lang ulit. Securities, again, unfortunately, hindi nakikita yung pop-up. And then di ko din ma-demo sa inyo kasi I'm using Zoom and but you can explore again. It's very easy. Securities is just some options on how you want to control your meeting. Participants is kung sinong nasa meeting. So kung sinong mga participants, pwede mong i-kick, pwede mong ilagay sa waiting list, ilagay sa i-enable, disable yung audio niya or video niya, etc. Sa chat, it's the chat feature. Chat kayo doon and then upload files, chat. So screen share, eto, gaya ng ginagawa ko, this is screen sharing. So I have my PowerPoint and then I point, I tell Zoom na, oy, display this or project this to everyone else who is in the meeting. So that's what screen sharing is. And then lastly, record. So if you want to record this meeting, I think, which is actually that is what is happening. So if you want to record this meeting, you just press this button and then automatic nagre-record na siya. Okay? And then after that, if you're not a pro user, usually it just goes directly to your documents na the folder. Otherwise, I think you have options on where to store. Fortunately, I don't have a pro account, so I can't show you that. But if your school has, then you might as well explore that. Explore that. Okay. So that's it. Okay, let's go to Microsoft Teams. Sorry. Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams is Microsoft's all-encompassing work stream collaboration. So this is more of hindi siya video conferencing tool. It's primarily used as a collaboration tool. Okay, so in our environment, software development, we want to collaborate as much as possible with different team members. So we use things like this, such as Microsoft Teams, Slack, etc., to contribute and collaborate in that space. So now, see Microsoft Team, they just have this feature as well. Na you can do video conferencing. In fact, they improved this so much that they can handle already live events of up to 10,000 people. So you can stream that event and then parang ganito. So without any security or ano ba, kung gusto mo lang public lang yung ano mo, yung stream mo, then you can do that. So it has very robust features primarily aimed at business customers rather than casual users. So again, because it's a collaborative tool, it does not limit itself to casual na video conferencing, people talking over a meeting, etc., etc. So it's more on sa business customers. So I think I have a demo for that. I'll just quickly show you what the UI for Microsoft Teams is and what are the features that they have. Stop my screen share first. Then pop out my so okay. A bit. Share. Okay, so this is Microsoft Teams. It's web-based and my desktop application din sila, which is pretty convenient. But if you don't want to install their desktop application, pwede din dito lang sa web-based. So again, it's a collaborative tool. Kaya at madami siyang features such as this activity feed, the chat, the teams, etc. So I'd like to highlight this teams na feature. Of course, this is their coolest na feature because they're called Microsoft Teams for a reason, diba? So this one I just created for demo. I'll just create another one. So you can join or create a team if you want. So let's create a team or here. So let's say, for example, this one. So nasa others. So test. You can add description here. Awesome. And then you can also do either private or public na mga teams if you want. So if you want na private na siya, only team owners can add members, so you have more control on who is inside the team versus um, who is inside the team. Yes. So you choose private. So next mo lang, and then okay. So if you can add people here, start typing their names. I'll skip that part. Just want to show what team uh, panel looks like. Internet's really slow today. Okay, this one. This is the default panel. So the reason why it's called collaborative is because you can tag people, you can do your conversations here, you can upload files, no problem. And then you can also have parang integration, so marketplace. So if you have forms, you have Power BI tools, etc. If you want to display mga stock values or informations, ang dami nilang integration na pwedeng isali dito. You can click more apps to see, but right now hindi tayo pupunta doon. So let's say for example, dito lang tayo. Let's just try to do some testing here. So you can chat, and then someone will reply. So parang may chain of thought, diba? So for this topic, ito yung mga replies, etc. So see, ganyan. So anyways, you can also attach files if you want. So it's integrated in Google or from your computer. So pwede din. So let's say for example, I'm asking for, hey, can you send me this kind of report? So someone else will answer and then attach the file that you want, or um, pass the link via, let's say, a Google Drive account, something like that. So what's really nice here is, again, the same concept with the channels ng Zoom, is that you can just start a meeting right away. So just click it here, then automatic na magkaka-meeting, mag-create na siya ng meeting. Of course, the members of the team will be notified with that there's an ongoing meeting. Okay. Let's say that's the meeting. It's blah 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 blah. Everyone is around here. Everyone is here now, and then you're talking, you're discussing. The thing that I like the most with this is that you can. Wait lang, huh? A little bit difficult. I think it's not loading. But anyways, the concept is you can add notes while you are conducting the meeting. So habang nag-meeting kayo, pwedeng may isang secretary na naglalagay ng notes. And then at the end of the meeting, let's say I terminate this meeting, automatic na etong meeting, my data, my internet is really bad right now. I'm so sorry. Hindi nag-load yung mga eto. So, for example, this one, meeting ended. And then if you have notes on the meeting, let's say minutes ng meeting nyo, makikita nyo rin dito yung minutes ng meeting. So, unlike Zoom, wala silang ganitong feature. That's why Microsoft Team is really for collaboration. Okay? So, say, for example, someone missed the meeting, he was not available for this and that reason, then you can just browse through this channel on what are the things that are discussed, what are the things that happened, ano yung napag-agrihan, etc. So again, you can also record your meeting, and then automatic magdi-display din siya dito. So if you want to, backtrack, see what happened in that meeting, see what was discussed, you can do that as well. All in one parang panel. So which is very convenient when collaborating. So that's why Microsoft Teams has a plus over other video conferencing tools for this. Okay, so um, if you want that kind of na mga feature, then uh, probably give Microsoft Teams a try. Okay, so well, so yeah. I'll not dwell too much on Microsoft Teams. I just want to get you an overview of what it's like and what are the nice features that this has, and then I guess you can explore naman on your own on a different. Okay, so by the way, any questions so far? I haven't. I'm just blabbering and not talking. Hindi ako nag-ask ng question. Very sorry. You have any questions so far? Going once, going twice.
Okay, Sir Cedric. Sir, with regards to this video conferencing applications, so since Zoom has subscription, how about, sir, for Microsoft Teams? What are the prerequisite for us to use this application?
Um, Microsoft Teams is meron din silang free tier, meron din silang paid version. So actually, if you have Microsoft 365, yung license na included na si Word, Excel, and other na mga Microsoft applications, you also have Microsoft Teams din, the paid version. If you have a let's say school account, I think they have a parang free tier for school na pwede nyo magamit. I'm not quite sure because I'm not really the school admin with regards to our management of our emails, but there's a lot of perks man good when it comes to having an email ganit na .edu ang last. So one of it is this one, yung mga freebies ng one. So I think I will discuss that here. So may comparison ako ng table between Zoom, Google Meet, and Microsoft Teams. The three are basically overlapping. Meron lang mga niche na mga lamang si Zoom dito sa ganitong aspect, lamang si Teams sa ganitong aspect, lamang si Google Meet sa ganitong aspect. So, yun. If you wanna give it a try, you can just register. Just straight up register. You can enjoy the free features naman. It's no problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Cedric.
Okay, so yeah, let's move on. Again, Microsoft Teams, it's for collaboration. Zoom, their primary focus is video conferencing because it's very easy to use, and especially if wala kang experience with that one, so parang easy, low barrier to entry, parang ganun. So Google Meet, sorry, I have to transfer my screen pala. Okay, so Google Meet. Before this used to be for just for G Suite users, so Google Suite users. So G Suite is the paid na mga accounts ng Google. So of course they saw the opportunity and they don't wanna be left out with this market for video conferencing tools. So they made it free for everyone to use. Okay, so parang in-attach na nila sa Hangouts kasi si Hangouts yung free, and then yun. So one of the very parang convenient thing about Google Meet is that it's integrated with the Google environment, diba? We use Google a lot for your search engine, emails. If you use Google Drive, if you use Google Sheets and Google parang slide share. There's a lot of plus if you use Google Meet kasi nga ang dami na niyang integrations, 'di ba? So unlike Zoom, which has basically none, wala siyang partner na mga ganun na mga softwares. Teams has, Word, Excel, meron din siyang integrations kasi Microsoft environment din siya. Si Google Meet naman, doon siya na lamang doon sa iba't ibang klaseng integration na magagawa mo sa kanya. When it comes to security, it's a little bit less parang nasa bottom tier siya. But if that's not a concern for you, then you should probably use Google Meet to try. And also, based on my experience, Google Meet has one of the best quality of video quality, video streaming quality out there. So, and then it's available in all platforms. You can have a web app, a Android application, a desktop application, etc. And it can handle from 250 to 100,000 participants. So they just, dito sila medyo lamang when it comes to other streaming applications as well. So medyo malaki ang kanilang cap when it comes to, I'm seeing something. And my question, wait, yun ko lang na, can you recommend webinar as work from home that accommodate regular work schedule? If there's a seminar, then there's attendance. How to use it in a way that no question. Um, okay, so this one, can you recommend webinar as work from home? Definitely. It can be something that you can do. But then again, it depends on the nature of your work as well. So there are there are types of job that can't be done, that can't be, it's not just possible na via webinar lang lahat, diba? So let's say, for example, you have a lot of files na needed sa office, then, someone has to go there. Hindi pwede na webinar lahat. But what you can do is integrate webinar in your parang work life na your routine, kumbaga. When there is no need to physically meet or to go to the office physically, then you can do webinar na lang, diba? Parang there's a joke in the corporate world that this meeting should have been an email. So parang ganon din. This physical meeting should have just been a webinar. You don't have to travel to go outside, then expose yourself to the virus, diba? So how do you use it with in a way na I think attendance can be made? Yes, you can do the attendance. You can download the attendance already in Zoom as well as Google. In the other platforms. Basically, that's a common feature that you can find. So as long as, I think the most important there is the name. That's why Sir Luigi asked you to change your names earlier para madali sa kanila to trace kung sino ba talaga ang dito or whatnot. So yun, just do proper naming convention, that you agreed on. Yes. Someone raised their hand. Rizalino, Idea? Ano po yun? Okay. So I think while waiting for Sir Rizalino, I think I'll proceed to show you what Google Meet looks like. Okay, so yung UI user interface nila. Then I'll get back to Sir Rizalino na lang a little later. So if you're logged in with your Google account sa browser nyo, automatic if you go to meet.google.com, automatic na siya pupunta sa what do you call this? Pwede ka na mag-start ng meeting or sasali ng meeting. So no problem. So yun. Okay. So if you want to start a new meeting, again, just click this button. Very simple. It's either you can start an instant meeting, you can schedule uh, via Google Calendar. So integrated na siya with via Google Calendar, or you can get a meeting share. So if I start an instant meeting, let's say for example, so I can just join now. And then eto, I'll have a link to invite, to send to people. So pwede din that I could add people, especially if you have their emails already. Syempre, di ba, you use Google, Gmail to communicate. So automatic, lalabas na yan dito yung mga suggestions niyo, yung mga frequently tao na sinasadan yung email. So medyo madali na lang to integrate. Again, para hindi ka na humingi ng, oy, anong email mo? Anong email mo? So these are the people that I recently emailed. So medyo convenient na siya. That's why, as I've told you earlier, may mga pros and cons talaga when you use Google Meet and Microsoft Teams, kasi nga they have their integrations already, whereas Zoom has very little pa. So parang medyo manumano pa yung work ng Zoom, yung initial work ng Zoom. So again, very simple UI. You have the meeting details here, the attachments, the joining info, etong controls ng microphone, leave call, and then your camera, and then your captions if you have that feature on, and then present now. So screen share. This is the equivalent for screen sharing sa Zoom. So if you have this ellipsis button, you have etc. So again, I'll not try to dwell on this a lot kasi it's again very easy to explore. You can try it with friends. You can try it on yourself. Again, just like what I'm doing. Ako lang naman isa dito, pero I can already see the features. Okay? So, pag off mo, ito lang yung drawback because if you turn off the meeting, wala ka ng record nun. Okay? So, parang one time done deal na siya. You don't have kumbaga any way to backtrack that conversation. So yeah, again, lamang si Microsoft Teams on that aspect. And then of course you can just post a link here and then click join, automatic na papasok ka na. If you have, of course, if you're invited or allowed to do so. Okay? So one of the advantages of the few advantages of Zoom and Google Meet is that they are very, very easy to use, as is other products of Google naman, because that's really what they're trying to sell you, diba? Oy, our products are very easy, you use us. Diba? Compared sa Microsoft, they're more on the feature-rich na mga products ang gusto nila i-offer. So, yeah. Okay, so this is a comparison between the three applications that I have mentioned. So, lahat sila may free account. There is collaboration tools for Google Meet and Microsoft. Meron din naman si Zoom. They have updated this. So you can also check that out. All devices, full integrations. Eto, Google Meet has full integration with Google Apps, so which is um, a plus sa kanya. So this is sa Zoom naman. It's very nice that they can have breakout rooms for small group discussions. So this is a very new feature sa kanila, which is um, uh, very convenient, especially if you're trying to have this very big na event, and then you want to have a smaller discussions, small group discussions, and then you can just go back to the main mga main what do you call this, the conference. So yung mga negatives naman ng Zoom is that you have to download the app. So wala silang web application. So yun, desktop lang. There is a time limit for free versions, so mga free tiers. There's a time limit for 40 minutes lang, and then there are security problems called Zoom bombing. So when Zoom was new, story ko na lang, when Zoom was new, if you have the link, you can automatically join any Zoom meeting, like automatically. So if you're in a class, for example, and then someone has exposed the link or sent the link to their friends, and then this friend sent the link to a group chat or whatever, anyone can join. So that's why it's called Zoom bombing, kasi biglang dadami yung tao sa sa conference call niyo, which is not what you intend, especially if it's a lecture, for example. So now they added a feature na pwede ka nang meron ng waiting list, kumbaga. So an administrator can now accept or deny your request to join the application. And then also there is what the setup meeting, parang predefined na participants. So through invites only, hindi siya through links. So wala na yan, yung Zoom bombing. And then you purchase an audio conferencing plan for call-in. So hindi siya free. Okay? That's one of the drawbacks. I'll just discuss the drawbacks na lang, kasi total almost na-discuss ko naman yung mga features ng tatlo. Just discuss the drawbacks na lang. So sa Google Meet, no waiting room for participants that join early. So ito, anyone can join as long as meron silang code. Diba? So only one person at a time can share their screen. Sa Zoom, I think you can allow multiple people to share screens, especially if you have the pro version. And then users' privacy can be improved. We already know what Google has its issues with privacy. So yan. And then the teams, the same pa rin. No waiting rooms for participants that join early. And then user privacy, no grid view. So eto din, problema din ito ng Teams, because you can only see a couple of faces na yung nagsasalita. So yun. Okay, so we're about to finish. We're in the last leg of our presentation. So this time, wait, balik tayo sa question pala. After I discussed all the video conferencing tools, before I proceed to the next part, do you have any questions? Or maybe something you like with the products that I've shown you? You tell me, then I'll discuss it further if you want. So unfortunately, I can't do that. I think only the admin can do that. I think. Tama po ba ako, sir? Hindi ako masyado familiar
yes,
sa
sir.
Okay.
So to add, sir, with regards to the Zoom, sir, there's an option to have a breakout group or breakout rooms.
Mhm.
So it's available for pro subscription, I guess.
Okay. So yun po. I can't show you because again, I'm not a pro user. But I think your school has a pro account, and you can explore that with them na lang. So, sorry po, hindi po ako familiar.
Sir, to add po,
Yes.
with regards po with the subscription, our university is using G Suite.
Mm-hmm.
So we have free access to Google Meet, but in terms of Zoom po, wala po.
Yes, yes. Yan po ang ano. Kasi paid talaga yung Zoom eh. Tama. So, any other questions? And I don't going once. Oh, may nag-raise ng hand. Yes po, Ma'am Gina Lynn. Yes po, ma'am. I think one of the things that can be improved with Zoom is that, for example, when you raise your hand, at least you can see people if people are typing, diba? Um, kasi, you know, some might have just misclicked the button and they're not actually typing a question. So, but anyways, sige, hintayin natin konti si Ma'am Gina Lynn and the other people who have raised their hands as well. Uh, I'm not quite sure if they'll give. Let's give Ma'am Gina Lynn a little more time.
Sir said,
Yes, po. Should we proceed?
sir, while we are waiting for Ma'am Junilin, can I ask another question, sir?
Sige po. Sure.
Sir, in terms of having conferences or meetings between offices or between employees, sir, with the
Mhm.
three applications that you've shown us, sir, which of the three has the highest level of encryption or security in terms of um, confidential meetings or conferences po?
I have read few things about it. I don't know if the articles are updated, but let me pull up my notes. Uh, so most of them, at the start of this pandemic, they do parang there's not much end-to-end encryption. Parang in-transit encryption lang siya. Meaning, when you pass data from your laptop to the server of Google or Microsoft, it's encrypted. Once it reaches there, nade-decrypt na, and then ganun din pabalik. Um, it's ah okay. So apparently, um, Google Meet and Zoom has already encrypted calls. So that I think that answers your question. So they're safe na sila. Yeah. If ever someone is intercepting your call, they can't understand it unless they are inside the meeting talaga. So Microsoft Teams, um, again, I think they're still in the using the in transit encryption because their primary role is really to have as is a collaborative tool. But if if they are if wala pa sila nun, I'm pretty sure they're already developing that as well.
Okay po, thank you so much, Sir Cedric. Sir, as of now po, we can have a short break while we are waiting for our participants to have their questions posted on the
Okay.
Q&A board. So we will have, sir, a short break if it's okay with you.
Sige sir, no problem po.
Sige po. We'll have, sir, a 10-minute break.
Okay, sige
Okay
po.
po. Thank you so much, sir.
Sige.
Okay. Once again, good morning. So we will now resume our topic for today on Google Meet, Zoom, and other video conference applications. Sir said,
Yes.
Yes po, you can see it.
Sir, you can now share your screen.
Sige po. Uh, okay. So, well, I assume there's no questions. Yes, ma'am. Um, so this is a very short lang na ano na part. I just want to discuss the parang tips kumbaga on how to present. Um, okay. So these are what I'm trying to practice, as well as you might find of use of these tips as well. Um, So again, let's go going back to the tip that I said earlier. If you are a participant, if you want to prepare your you have to prepare your workspace. All the more if you are a presenter, diba? You ought to give the clearest possible na discussion to your participants. So you have to prepare your workspace. Ano na siya? Isolate if possible, and so that it would not lead to distraction. We see a lot of things na sa TV na that goes viral kay ang anak. They parang they crawl up to you, gustong kumandong or ano ba. So, yun. Just prepare your workspace if you are especially if you are a presenter. And then, just listen, of course. Yan. It's pretty self-explanatory. I will not discuss it. And then, okay, so avoid distracting backgrounds. So um, we know that Zoom has the capabilities to create backgrounds, diba? I think you can place the San Francisco Bridge at the back, parang may rendering na sila. As much as possible, avoid those kinds of things because those are unnecessary. Parang I see it as plainly for fun lang. And then, of course, if you have, for example, you have your office as well, avoid backgrounds that are moving or parang may projection. If you have a TV in the background, avoid that because your participants will not focus on the seminar itself anymore. It will focus instead on the whatever is displaying sa likod mo, diba? Or if you have a bookshelf, sometimes participants i-zoom in and then titingnan yung mga books mo, etc. So right now I have just a white background, a white wall, parang ganun. So excuse me, sorry, that's embarrassing. Avoid too many things sa background para yung attention ng listeners mo is in the topic and in you as well. So the white background will good lighting is a must. Okay. So some have like some presenters are not properly set up. What I mean by that is that it's either their face is too dark or it's very 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 bright. Okay. So when it comes to if you want to if you want to have the best na output or the best na discussion or you have to have a parang klaro yung mukha mo, diba? So you can use supplementary lighting if your room is dark. There are ring lights available. There are LED lamps available, or so just um, position yourself under your light source, kumbaga. So again, lighting can make or break the seminar, especially if the video is very vital when it comes to the discussion. For some reason, I can't think of an example na yung ganyan yung na ganyan yung setup. But if, for example, that is the case, then prepare good. You must prepare your setup to have as much lighting as possible. To angle your camera properly. This one is, kind of funny because a lot of people, if they use the camera of their, let's say for example, their laptops, the one they're using for presentation, the what will happen is something like this. It's either ang chin nila yung makita, or it's the camera angle will be too high. Parang ganun. Ano, parang ganun na. So you don't want to see all of this, eto lang na part, diba? Kasi let's say for example, you're trying to read what you're trying to present. So angle your camera properly na where your body frame fits and where, you're almost center. If not center talaga. Okay? Camera stand. Anyways, so yun, angle your camera properly so that the viewers can have the best view of you or what you're trying to do or what you're trying to lecture about. Use a microphone. Sometimes, good, the laptop mic is not good enough. Okay, for example, mine is my laptop is 5 years old na, and I recognize that the laptop is not suitable for this kinds of sessions. So that's why I use a external mic. It's not, in fact, it's just a free headset from Samsung. Ano lang, yun lang. But I think it's good enough if you agree. So use a laptop mic. Isa pa, when you use an external mic that is near your mouth. Kasi ang tendency kasi if you use your laptop mic, there's a certain gap between your mouth and your mic, diba? So that picks up a lot of noise, and then that makes your audio quality very blurry. Okay, so and then another is that it may sound echoey. That's the case. So as much as possible, you should use something that is near your mouth. Okay, if you can clip it in your t-shirt so that it won't move, parang walang fluctuations with the sound of your voice, then much better. And if not, you can hang it and leave it as is. So yun, use a proper microphone for this setup, because again, everything on this video conference is through video and audio. So you have to prepare for that, the most important aspects of your discussion. Diba? So do not rely on your PowerPoint. I will discuss that a little later. Okay, no windows in the background. Very important. It's rated to have a good lighting. If you have a window in the background, what happens is that it's either too bright or too distracting. So if you have a window in the background, especially if it's open, it provides a glare to the video and it becomes painful to watch. So masakit sa mata yung video mo when discussing. So as much as possible, avoid windows sa background. Sa pa, again, going back, it will provide going back sa point ko kanina, it will provide additional parang distractions, kumbaga. What if may dumadaan sa window or those kinds of stuff. So again, avoid windows in the background. Just have plain wall or a parang cabinet or whatnot to sa background mo. Next, use two devices possible when possible. So I recommend this. This is not a parang requirement, but I would recommend na ganitong setup. Kasi I'm using two devices right now. One is projecting. That's why I have two accounts. If you can see, one has a video, the other one is just a picture of me. So the other one is projecting doing the screen sharing. But I have that is my laptop. The other one is purely for video. Why is this? Why is this needed or recommended? Kasi if you have two accounts, two devices, you can see if proper ba yung dinidisplay ng yung nilalabas ng screen share mo. Okay? And then you can see as well kung ano bang nakikita ng ibang tao, 'di ba? Because if you don't, then you assume that nababasa naman nila tong text na to or whatnot. Then you can adjust, di ba? So what I'm using is my laptop, which is projecting the PowerPoint, and then my phone, which is projecting also the screen shared na and then also recording my video. So now I can see that if, for example, there are people who are using phones, and then I can see on my phone na nakikita ko naman yung mga text, pwede ko sabihin na okay pala yung PowerPoint ko. Hindi naman siya very visually cluttered or ang daming mga unnecessary na mga things na what they call this, parang distracting kumbaga. So I'm very right now whenever I move to the next slide, I know that this is what you are looking as well. That's very important as a presenter as well. Kasi di mo naman alam na tatak ka na tatak and then ang layo na pala ng slide mo, So eto, use two devices when possible. Okay, assume low specs. So in relation sa sinabi ko kanina, you should assume that everyone is watching via phone or having a very bad internet connection. Because of course, everyone does not have the luxury to have laptops. Probably if may laptop man sila, may gumagamit na iba, di naman natin yung may iwasan. So as presenter, it's your duty to assume that everyone is watching via the lowest specs possible and make your presentation as suitable as possible as well. Okay, so if for example bad ang internet connection that results to something like a blurry screen, so yung text will not be readable. So that is why I have my PowerPoint as simple as possible. White background, black text, black and gray text, and then that's it. Okay, so again, that is for the benefit of those who are watching via with low specifications or hindi kagandahan yung mga yung phone na ginagamit or yung internet connection nila. Diba? So again, the goal of presentation is to kumbaga maipadala yung message mo through your participants. So you don't have to be fancy with your presentation, as long as importante is that they can understand what you're trying to relay to them. So in relation to the other point, make your PowerPoint simple. So big and clear text, as you can see. No transitions. I don't use transitions because number one, it creates parang fuzziness. Kasi oo nga, ang ganda ng transition mo sa computer mo, pero pagdating sa mga what do you call this, sa mga participants mo, para siyang ewan ko, hindi naman siya, it doesn't serve any purpose basically. That's what I'm trying to say. And in technical terms, we say it eats a lot of bandwidth. Kasi the more things you do sa PowerPoint mo, the more ang bandwidth na i-consume. Okay? So no animations, no transitions, and then also limit the pictures. So don't use a picture as a background because again that consumes a lot of bandwidth. Meaning, rather than sending just a white background, it sends a comprehensive set of data na papunta sa lahat ng users mo. And then, that loads very slow, and at the same time, it might parang may chance pa na hindi na masyadong kita yung text, which is yun naman yung importante, di ba? Hindi naman yung background photo. So if for example, if possible, if you want to show pictures, compress it in one slide. Kagaya na ginawa ko kanina, I compressed every photo that I wanted to show in one slide or one or two slides para para dun lang matagal mag-load, and then for the rest it's an easy transition, ang smooth transition. Okay? So yun, make your PowerPoint simple. Again, the goal here is to relay your message as parang as simple as possible. You can save the transitions, the animations, the effects when you have face to face kasi doon mo naman makikita, ma-appreciate yun in real time, diba? Yeah. Lastly, we as presenter, you should always look alert and engaged, diba? Because oh no, I did not edit the subtext. Anyways, you should always look alert and engaged. You want your participants to see that you are actually trying to convince them, kumbaga, that this is what it should be. This is my point. Please try to understand. Okay. I've attended a lot of webinars, and some of the presenters are just parang I don't know the Tagalog term for that. So we call it luya, meaning parang ang lamya. Oh, ang lamya. Yun. So parang I don't, kayo na bahala if naiintindihan niyo to. Basta ito. Okay ba? Parang walang ano. So you should always look alert and engage, and actually try to listen to or parang acknowledge feedback. So I think that's the end of my morning session for video conferencing etiquette, the tools, and how to present. I think we have a couple of questions here. I'll try to answer. If you have, Sir Luigi, so if you have questions, then please do post it so that I may answer it sa and read and answer. Ito pala sa chat pala. So hindi pala sa Q&A. Okay, it's already answered pala. Okay. So, yeah, Sir Luigi, I think that ends my morning session.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have another question, sir. So, how much bandwidth do we need for us to have a seamless conduct of video conferencing?
I honestly have not looked into that. I guess it depends on if you have very simple presentation, if you don't use camera, if you don't use these kinds of things, the lesser bandwidth requirement it gets. Okay, so I think there was a statistics for that. I'm caught off guard with the question. But anyways, it's not much if, for example, purely ano lang, voice and then screen share. If you add a video, kagaya nito, you have a video. So it's a little bit more. So let's say it's not an hour what a 1 hour meeting should use around less than 200 MB in data, and then the decent speed would be if constant like real yung hindi stuttering na speed is 2 Mbps and above, then you can have a decent connection already. Uh, and then I also read that Zoom has the lowest kumbaga consumption rate when it comes to um, the data compared to the other compared to the other video conferencing apps. So because again that's their specialty, so that's kind of expected from them. They have the lowest data consumption. Also, another thing is that um, the more participants you show on screen, for example, I'm not presenting, no, and then we can see everyone's screen nakatile. That consumes more data than actually having something presented on screen. Kasi especially if everyone is on video, kasi nagre-render yung lahat ng image, nire-render niya real time. So meaning send siya ng send ng send ng send ng image. That that increases the consumption. So if you have problems with data allocation or your bandwidth, then I would suggest na minimize the video, more on sa audio na lang kayo mag-communicate.
Okay, Sir Sid. So I think that's yun muna po for this morning session. So we'll have our early break. So we will give time to our participants to think for if
Choppy or is that just me?
as Sir said.
Hindi ko po narinig, sorry. Nawala yung yung audio niyo.
Okay, sir. Sir, we'll have sir early break. So we'll give time for our participants to think for questions if they have still clarifications.
Okay.
Then we'll
Sige.
entertain them po later.
Sige. Before we start the next learning session.
Yes, sir. Yes po.
Okay, sige. No problem.
So thank you so much, Sir Seth.
Thank
So
you din.
again, so for this afternoon, we'll have the next topic. So our topic for this afternoon will be about the surprising role of digital technology on what are the MS applications that we can utilize during this time of pandemic. So
Okay.
so we have our lunch break and we'll resume at exactly 1 p.m. So to the participants who may not leave the webinar and be on standby. Thanks and happy lunchtime, everyone. Okay, so good afternoon to all. I believe everyone had their lunch and ready for this afternoon session. So I will not keep you waiting. So for this afternoon session, we will have the continuation of our training webinar. We will have the topic on the surprising role of digital technology in this time of pandemic. So again, for this afternoon, we will be joined by Mr. Cedric Matthew Gador to introduce and discuss to us on how we can use MS applications. And as this morning, we've announced that we can entertain some questions and clarifications if you still have before we continue with our topic.
Good afternoon. So yes, please do ask questions. Again, I'm having internet troubles again, and I can't seem to connect my laptop. So while waiting, let's hear some questions from the participants. Wala.
I think, sir,
Uh,
we can now have. Okay, sir. Before that, sir, there's a question here. So, do you have recommendations for any gadget to be using while we are having conferences or meetings?
um, if you're a participant, well, there's not di naman ganun ka-heavy yung ano as long as you can see whatever is being presented. Of course, it's much better if you have a laptop kasi yung laptop kasi or PC is fixed in nature. So ikaw, steady ka lang din, di ka malikot, di ka distracted. But you know, a phone will do if in learning sessions as long as the presenter understands that some of you are in fact using your phones, and you know, sana hindi gaano kaliit yung mga text that you can barely read it through the size of the small screen size of your phone.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Cedric. So another question, sir. So when do we need or when do we use video conferencing? So do we need to use it every time we have meetings, or we can use other media or medium po, sir?
Well, personally, I like video conferencing or even audio, just audio calls, because the response is immediate, and um, parang you know it resembles what the things that we are used to, kumbaga, the face-to-face interaction. Less, of course, the physical na presence. So it's like you're talking with your office mates lang din. So yun. When you do chats, when you do just purely kana messaging lang, for example through Messenger or other mga, like say for example Hangouts, I think the response time is slow, the build up time of ideas is slow because nga some are pretty distracted with other things, diba? There's also a chance, like for example lang, I'm not saying that everyone does this. For example, it's a chat lang, and then matagal ang response, laro muna ako ng ML or something like that, diba? Or snack muna ako, or it's prone to distraction. So I'm always trying to force if like super needed ng uh, immediate na mga responses, to go for video conferencing or audio conference, just to get that feeling of urgency, kumbaga ba. Whereas chats, they can be ignored, they can be put to hold and do something else. So yun.
Okay po, sir. Thank you so much.
Wait lang talaga. It's
Sir, another question here.
yes.
So with regards, sir, with the question earlier about breakout rooms, so what is the concept, sir, of breakout rooms if we can use it in our setting?
So breakout rooms are used to have parang a more, kumbaga, when you say kasi big meetings, like for example this one, there's only one train of thought, kumbaga, and that's coming from the one who's speaking or the one who's in charge. So breakout sessions enables numbers, and then have, kumbaga, generate ideas as well on those parang smaller numbers, number of people, or number of group of people. And then probably if the time comes na balik muli sa main na meeting, then you can have multiple ideas, discuss multiple point of views, so that you can have better results, basically, diba? Two heads are better than one, as they say. So that's the concept of breakout rooms. Also, it also can be used if, for example, you're a big organization, and you're trying to plan for, let's say, a project, and then you want, as the head of the company, for example, you want to know what the departments think of the plan. So you do breakout sessions and divide it by departments. So let's say, for example, there's finance department, marketing department, the development team, etc. um, so that they can collaborate, they can voice out their sentiments, and then after that they collate their ideas, and then go back to the main kumbaga, meeting, and then say whatever they discussed. So that's very it's very useful, and with that kind of setting.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So since this morning, sir, we're talking about video conferencing to be used as a media or medium to have meetings or conferences inside the organization. So is there a possibility, sir, that this video conferencing or this tool can be used to transact with other customers outside the organization or outside the university?
Um, Sorry, pardon. What is the question? The yung second part.
Okay, sir. If we can use this video conferencing app to transact with our clients, external clients to be exact.
Mhm. So we could, sorry. I'm trying to multitask tungod sa my laptop and the question. Is your question eh, about using video conferencing tool to interact with your external clients? Tama?
Yes, sir. Yes po.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Hello po.
Hello? Tama po ba yung interpretation ko? If you want to use video conferencing in interacting with your external clients? Hello?
Yes, sir. Is if it's possible po, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. We do it all the time sa company namin. Whenever there is no real need to really be in their office, let's say for example introduction lang and hindi siya super crucial na mga transactions, then we do video conferencing a lot. And to us, it's there are trade-offs, of course, because of different pa din naman yung physical na yung andun ka talaga sa in the presence of the other party, but um, to us it's very minimal. If we can do it via web conference, we will do it via web conference. So ganito lang yung mga problema talaga when it comes to outside of your control na pangit yung yung internet connection mo or pangit ng internet connection ng client. So those are things na wala na. It's a trade-off that we're willing to take just to keep us safe then, because it's always better na to be safe than sorry. So yeah, you should be using video conferencing with dealing with your external clients, because I'm pretty sure your external clients would be happy to do that as well.
Okay po, Sir Cedric. Thank you so much for that.
Sir, I need 2 more minutes. I just want to restart my laptop kasi ayaw talagang pumasok sa
Okay, sir.
ewan ko
Sige
ba
po.
ano
We
nangyayari.
have at least 5 minutes, sir.
Sige, pwede. I'll
Okay.
just disconnect for a while, then I'll be back.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay po, sir, you can now po share your screen.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. Um, so I have prepared a PDF for this. It's like a handout that I give. Kasi, good afternoon pala sa lahat. That's very rude not to greet everyone. I know everyone feels sleepy. I hope we stay awake for the remainder of this discussion. Anyways, so when I'm trying to teach or discuss Microsoft Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, I don't really like using PowerPoint kasi it's not to me it's not very fruitful. Kumbaga, it's better if we I directly use the tool itself and then discuss what I am doing at the same time. So to with that, what I do is that I give a handout to the participants para they can follow what I'm trying to say. So this handout, I will give it siguro sa chat. Um, and if you are on a laptop, probably you can split screen, kumbaga. So dalawang screen, one for the handouts, the other for um, the if you want to follow what I'm doing, you can. Pwede din that you just listen to what I'm doing, and then you can review later on kung ano yung mga ginawa ko. Kasi total nandito naman lahat sa handouts kompleto na ito. So again, you can copy what I'm doing. Pwede nyo ko sundan. Pwede din that you just watch, and then later you can try it yourself using the handout that I gave you. Um, so yun. I'll chat the file. So let me know if you have problems downloading it. Then so yun. Okay. So I'll just show na lang what the handout looks like. So screen two. Okay. This would be what the handouts look like. So I thought chapter one, Microsoft Word, and then around chapter two, uh, chapter two, just go overview lang sa handouts para laman yun. So chapter 2 is Microsoft PowerPoint, and then lastly yung Microsoft Excel. We have chapter 3 for Microsoft Excel. Ito. Okay? So meron na din siyang images and graphics. What I will be discussing, you'll see it in the screen as well, in the projected screen. So again, you don't have to open this right now. Pwedeng later na. If you have the luxury to open it, then why not? But for now, let's just go through the handouts. Um, okay, so let's start with Microsoft Word and the environment. Okay, this is the Microsoft Word environment. I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with this. Um, Okay, so here we have the Microsoft Word environment. Um, so I have highlighted here some parts of the environment and then labeled them with a number. So I have one here, two, and then they have three, 3.1, 4, this one, the yellow one, and then 5, this one, and then 6. So below, I described every single one of those one based on the numbers. Um, so I'll just use this first, and then I'll jump back into the actual Word application. So one is what we call the title bar. So the topmost part of the application where you see the um, save, undo, redo, minimize, maximize, and close buttons. Ito. Uh, yan siya. And then of course also the title of the document, the save, etc. So yung ibang option. The second one is what we call the file tab and the backstage view. So bakit backstage view? So if you click file tab, you get redirected to the backstage. So ang tawag dito is the backstage. So andito yung ibang mga recent files ko, mga options, creating a new blank document, etc., etc. So we call that sorry, I have to zoom in because hindi pa lang niya makikita. Okay, so we call that the file tab in the backstage view. So opens a new interface where most of the file-related functions are found. Number 3 is the ribbon or the toolbar. So ito siya. Itong home, insert, design, layout, references. This is what we call the ribbon and the toolbar. The toolbar is here. Okay, and then number 4 is the ruler, the yellow one. So obviously, ruler lang siya. My measurements on the dimensions of the uh, parang bond paper that you're using. Next, second to the last is the scroll bars. So this one, number 5, is the scroll bar. So of course, you do scrolling here from up, down, depende sa kung gaano kahaba yung document niyo. And then the last one is the what we call the document view button. Okay, so eto, you can do different views of documents here, zoom in, zoom out, etc. Okay, so that's the Microsoft Office environment. Okay. So again, let's review a bit. This one here, the blue part, topmost part is what we call the title bar. This one is the backstage, the file tab and the backstage view. This one is the toolbar, including this one, this area. And then we have the ruler. Eto. Obviously, it looks like a ruler. And then dito din sa sides. And then at the bottom, no, at the right hand, etong scroll bar, it's not very visible, but there is a scroll bar there. And then lastly is the document view button. You can view different styles and then zoom in, zoom out as well. Okay, so I like my view to be the print layout. So of course, I'll just run through everything sa uh, use this. Okay, masyado malaki yung screen ko. Just run through everything. Creating documents, you can either use, you can click here sa file and then new, then blank document. Ito yung pinaka-easy. You have a keyboard shortcut as well for doing that. You press Control plus N. So again, that is documented in the handouts that I gave you. So Control N, that creates another document here. So, yun. And then next is saving documents. The easiest way is to click this one, this parang save icon here. Pwede din dito, save as. You can choose either. And then pwede din Control S. So if you like keyboard shortcuts, then you can use this one. So I enter the name, press save. I can choose where to save it dito sa choose location. So let's say for example documents, press save. Okay. So um, next would be closing the document. So I don't want to close this, but you can just press this one, this button here, the red one, and then Alt F4. Pwede din Alt F4 for as your keyboard shortcut. So next, document recovery. So yung document recovery, fortunately, yung mga Microsoft Offices, they already have a built-in feature for document recovery. So once na, for example, you experience an unexpected shutdown, automatic na po nagre-recover ng mga unsaved documents si Microsoft. So you don't have to worry a lot about it. Although hindi naman siya like every second, let's say every 5 minutes siya nagre-refresh. So at least may recovery ka. Otherwise, pwede mo din i-toggle ito, auto-save, which saves it in your Google OneDrive, OneDrive na account. Pwede din yun. Kasi nakalink na dito yung account ko. So, next, we're going to explore the toolbar. So the toolbar or ribbon allows you to modify your document. You can switch between tabs depending on what you need. So right now we have home, insert, design, layout, references, mailings, reviews, view, help, etc. So sa home tab is the default na tab. So dito makikita yung pinaka common na mga functions that you need for document editing. So such as, for example, this one, font editing. So this is your font family. This is your font size. Pwede ding shortcut for increase font or decrease font dito. Your font style, bold, italic, underlined, strike through, subscript, superscript, I think, yes. And then other extra functions that you can use here. So another common one is the font color. So clicking this would turn this to red, or selecting any color there. I just want to keep it as black. Next is the paragraph. So dito sa home tab, dito mo din makikita yung paragraph. This is used for formatting. You want to organize your thoughts or your data. You place them in bullets, or you number them, or you create a list out of them. Okay, so dito yan sa paragraph. And then the text alignment. So very important to use text alignment. So you can have align left, align center, align right, and then justify. Okay, so justify is if you have a really long text, it stretches out the text para yung sagad talaga dito sa sides ang mga text. So usually it's used for formal documents. And then you have your font spacing. I will not discuss everything na lang because this discussion could get really long. This one is yung mga super important na lang. So this one is indentation. If you want to indent in or decrease indent, so you can do that as well. So this one, mga styles, mga text styles. So usually use this for templates of your text styles. So for example, you have heading. So heading. Then after heading 2. So you can see there's a difference between the two. And then you can also use this for navigation, which I'll discuss a little later. So again, these are preset templates on your documents that you can see here. So that you don't need to change every now and then. Gagayahin mo na naman ito, ano ba to? Calibre 16, and then nandito ka na sa baba, and then balik ka ulit sa taas. Ilan nga yung font size nun? Calibre 16 pala, so edit mo naman ito 16. So instead, just click this, and then automatic, it follows the format na. Okay, so if you have one of the latest na mga mga what do you call this Microsoft Word, you can also dictate. So if tamad ka mag-type, then you can dictate, although it's not really very accurate, but it does the job if the basic job that it's supposed to. Okay? As long as naiintindihan niya din kung anong sinasabi mo. So that's the parang condition there. So next, we'll discuss the insert tab. Sorry. So this is where you find commands to insert objects to your documents. So kung sa home, mostly is text formatting, alignments, etc. Dito naman sa insert, it's more on the objects that you're going to insert. So pwede pictures, pwede tables, you can insert pages even, shapes, icons, ang dami. So eto, you have a plethora of choices here that you can choose. So pictures, you can choose pictures from your, say, example, I'll insert my photo. Delete na to because it's annoying. You can insert icons as well. That's something that I really utilize. So again, I don't like inserting pictures in my PowerPoint. So what instead I use is these icons because they're very simple and they're very lightweight and very hindi din sila pixelated. So you can use those as well. Sample na lang. Let's say ito, graph. An icon for graphs. So yun. Gonna include a graphic sa icons mo. So itong pop-up na ito, itong parang small ribbon here, it's your layout options. So a little bit advanced, but basically it means how you want to position the icon or the object within your text. So for example, ito, try to go back sa front. As you can see, bumababa siya. But if I use behind text, I can place the icon at, even if my text dyan, kanina ayaw niya. So, yun. Medyo free na siya ngayon. So that's the layout options for icons or photos or any object basically dito sa nai-insert. So, yun. So, you can also insert tables and tables dito, but we'll discuss that a little bit later. One thing that's very useful as well is smart arts. If you want to have some sort of, parang visual on your data or what you're trying to present, then you use this smart arts to present your data. So for example, ganyan, medyo artistic kayo or medyo explorative kayo when it comes to your document, then you can use this very much. So yun, insert, ano pa ba? Charts. So again, a little later, we'll try to insert a chart sa document. So the rest, not very used, especially if basic lang naman yung gusto mo. This one, header and footer, parang medyo gamit pa. You can insert a page number at the bottom of the page, for example, if you want. Let's say this one, automatic na siya may page number sa bottom ng page. So di mo na kailangan i-manually input si 1 or 2 or 3, page 3, page 1, page 2, etc. So yun, I think that's basically what you use the most for what do you call this, for the insert tab. Wait, a while lang. I'll switch it up. Try. Sige. Next, the layout tab. So si layout tab naman, basically the layout of your document. So you have your margins here. You can choose the predefined na mga margins like normal, which is 1 inch per edge, narrow, which is half an inch, moderate, medyo malaki sa taas at baba pero medyo maliit sa sides. Wide is very very big margin, and then mirrored. And then the Office 2003 default, which I think nobody uses anymore. So what you usually want is the normal, because that's accepted. If you want more space on your document, then you use the narrow para masulit mo yung document, yung space mo. Next is orientation. So you either want a portrait na document or landscape na document. I'll zoom out a bit para makita niyo ang difference. So yun. This is the portrait, and okay. So it's found here in the orientation tab. Okay. And then next is the size. Go back to portrait. And then the size is meron ding mga predefined dito. Let's say letter, which is short para sa atin. And then you have the A4, and then certain na mga ito pang ano to pang what do you call this, label printer. So and then you have more paper sizes if you want. Nandito yan lahat. Okay. So this one is naka-tie up sa printer ko, kaya konti lang yung paper sizes ko. But you might have more paper sizes according to what your printer is capable of printing. So next one is columns. Columns is a hassle-free way to split your document. For example, gusto mo isang column dito, isang row dito, isang column dito, isang column dito, and then ayaw mo na mag-text box, then you can do this. So dito lang siya sa left side to sulat. So if you want to go sa right side naman, huwag na nga lang, naka-ano pala ako, naka-heading pala ako. Basically, you can also write on the right side, left side as well. Yeah. Okay, so yun. Columns, breaks. Breaks is essentially telling your PC that if you reach this area, next page ka na. Huwag ka nang magsulat. So let's say, for example, type ko ng type, and then pag pinundit ko yung page break, or next page, or whatever you need. So let's say, for example, ito. So mag-next page na siya. Okay? Pero, pag bumalik ako, pwede pa rin ako magsulat. But if I use next page, this is mas stricto ito. So you cannot write anymore at that page. So automatic na siya. Oh, hindi pala. Page break. Sorry. Get confused. Page break pala yun. Hindi pala yun dito. It's just a way of ano tawag dito? Parang shortcut to go to the next page. Ano pa ba may importante dito? Indention. So again, if you don't use these, if you're not contented with your margin, you can use additional indentions. We can also use the one in the home tab, itong increase indent, depends on you. So I usually don't use this unless kailangan ko talaga. That's pretty much it for the layout tab. Reference, mailings, reviews, and views are for medyo advanced na siya na mga topics. I won't really, if you're just making basic documents, you don't really need to have this na mga skills. If you want to learn, of course, it's applicable naman, and if you want to know more, let me know para I can add something sa handouts. By the way, the handouts are not fixed. If you want me to add more more things about in it, then let me know para I can cater to you to what you need. Okay. Uh, okay. So again, enough with the what do you call this? The toolbars. Let's go with the basic editing skills. So um, it's very important that you do not only apply Microsoft Word, but you do not only apply these skills to Microsoft Word, but also in Excel and PowerPoint. So um, almost similar lang ang editing ng tatlong applications basically. So if you type something, you can highlight text by dragging your mouse from right to left or left to right, and then that's highlighted. So meaning that's selected text. So if you apply some of the some of some formatting na nandito, then only the selected text are affected. So let's say for example, this one will enlarge I will make the font size bigger. So yung selected text lang. Etong hindi selected, hindi siya sali. So if I select all, and let's say I put 20, then pareho na sila, pareho sila ng font size. So again, this is selecting text, highlighting text. You can do this by dragging or by holding Control A or whatever. Okay. So copying, cutting, paste. You can do cutting paste is removing the text or whatever the object is and then placing it somewhere else. Copying is simply the text, the original text retains, and then you're just copying it to another place. So pasting is the act of putting it in wherever you want it to be. So for example, copy, paste. Okay. Very basic now, pero I'll just want to go through this just in case that there are people as well na medyo nakalimutan na yung ganitong klase ng function. So I don't want those people to be left out then in a way. So yeah. Um, yeah. Copy paste, redo, undo. Ito. So these two buttons here are very useful, especially if you want to backtrack or move forward sa mga actions na ginawa mo. So redo or undo is just backtracking kung ano yung mga ginawa mo sa application. Okay? So let's say for example, ay tama pala yung ginawa ko. So just do this again. Sa redo. So yeah. Automatic nare-record nila yung steps na ginawa mo sa isang document. So formatting text, again, it's very easy. You just highlight, select any of these na mga here or combination of all. Add strike through. Okay. So if you want to increase the size, if you want to change the color, again, selecting text and then whatever is selected, then those what do you call this? Those na mga attributes or edits will be affected sa ginawa mo. Okay? So also we have, aside from this, if you want the increase font and decrease font, you also have control and then square brackets, control smaller brackets. Again, you can reference that. You can see that handouts naman if you don't know or if you can't determine what square brackets or square brackets is. What else? Numbers and bulleted list. Okay, so for example, you want these are the reasons why you should learn Microsoft Word. So of course, because you're trying to list down reasons, you have to have a way of saying that parang visual cue that, hey, this is a list. So to do that, we use the bullets or the numbering control dito or command. So for example, uh, you can get tired. Uh, Parang you can create your own letter, something like that. I don't know. It's anything that you can type here. So by doing this, you can say that, hey, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to list down something to, dahil dito sa bulleted list. So you can also change this instead of a block dot. You can also choose a hollow dot, a square, or any of these na andito. Okay. So usually what you use is a black field dot, which is eto. So if you want, pwede din na we use numbering instead. So by just clicking from here, I just click here, automatic transform na siya to a, what do you call this? To a number. Na-enumerate na siya basically. So, yun. Uh, one of the parang di masyadong known na feature dito is that you can actually create sub lists from this list. So for example, I have a bullet, naka-bullet form siya, and then I would want to create a sub list from this statement. So you can get hired as the following position. So let's say clerk, secretary. So I don't want clerk and secretary to be part of the main list. I want them to be part of this list. However, okay. So what I do is it's either I click this one, increase indent, so that it will become a sub list of this item here. So highlight and then sub list. So as you can notice, hindi na black dot, instead yung hollow dot ang nasa kanya. So meaning, you could already understand that these two are part of this list, or sub list of this item here. Parang ganun. Okay? So again, what I did was just that para siyang part ng list na ito. I just selected them, what the ones na gusto kong isali sa sublist, and then click increase indent. Okay? Or alternatively, you can press tab. Pwede din ganun. Yun yung shortcut key. If you want another sublist of a sublist, you can do that process again. So let's say, for example, ano ba? One. Example lang like just to see that what happens, kumaga. So if I highlight it again and then indent, then it becomes a sublist of this item. 2, 3, 4. So ganun. That's how you manage your list in what do you call this? In Microsoft Word and with other Microsoft offices as well. This has been parang in a way recognized na standard din naman. So other apps are practicing this as well, kahit hindi Microsoft. Let's delete this. Okay. So that's how you create lists. Next is your alignment. So it's important that you use alignments. For example, when we have when you're trying to for example, for a letter, sometimes isang format natin is, di ba, andito yung date. Let's say, for example, August 13, 2020. What we usually do if we want to move this date here from this side to this side, kasi nga by default, di ba, nasa left side always yung tinatype natin. Yung iba, etong ginagawa. Space, 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 hanggang umabot sa kabila. Diba? Which is problematic because number one, this is, pwede itong tanggalin. If matanggal to, nag-a-adjust yung text. Diba? So, instead of dikit na siya dito sa gilid, then, tanggalan. Then, hanggang ma-displace na siya. So, what you want to do is instead use align right. So, automatic, nandito na siya. So, if I highlight, can you see na wala siyang parang space dito. Okay? If I backspace, andyan na siya sa gitna. If I backspace again, andyan na siya sa gilid. So, that's very useful. Okay? So, let's say, for example, gusto mo din sa gitna, this is the title of my essay. Something like that. So, syempre, if it's a title, then you want it in the center. So, parang ganyan. Okay? So, yun. That's for alignment. Justify. Pakita ko na lang yung yung justify. Copy paste this. Okay, so these 3 lines here, if I use justify, ito yung mangyayari. So you notice, dito, of course, on the left side, of course, straight yan. Dito, naging straight na din, or at least almost aligned na sila. So if I undo, dito sa taas, undo, tingnan nyo, hindi siya aligned. So if you want your document to look neat, ito yung mangyayari. Gamitin nyo yung justify. Pero, meron ding chance na medyo pangit siya. For example, sorry. Okay. So justify. So, anyways, wag na lang. That's justified for you. And then if you want to increase the spacing between the text, ito pala, hindi ko pala na-discuss, you just use this. If you want double spacing, ito, para hindi na kayo gumawa ng text na ganito. And then, parang it's very redundant naman. So you can control that through here sa text spacing. Okay? So yun. Para mas madali i-control. Okay? And then, okay, so inserting objects. Let's try to insert a table now. So punta tayo ulit, again, inserting objects. Let's go to insert tab, and then insert table. So again, there are a lot of elements that we can try to insert here. Let's try this one first. So table, ito yung size ng table na gusto nating gawin. So let's say, for example, we want to create a 4x5 table. 4x5. So ito. May mga cells na siya na naka-allot. Okay? And then equally divided na din siya in 4. So may rows, may columns, etc. So aside from that, pwede din, another way to insert table is ganito. So insert table, we press instead of doing this visual na the visual builder, dito ka sa insert table. So you can control the table a little bit more. So insert table, 5 rows, 2 columns, etc. Fixed column width, auto. It depends on what you need sa table mo. Is there a formula for addition to the? You can insert a Excel table here if that's what you want. Para maka-create ka ng formula po. So that's what usually happens. So you insert an Excel table. in the document to get the Excel features such as getting sums or doing data arithmetic operation. Okay, so yun. Ano ba? So again, the same concept, 5 by 2 5 by 2 lang siya. Yan. So another napakita ko na kanina is that you insert your photo. So di ko na lang iulitin para di naman sayang yung time natin. So again, you want to insert your photo, just go here, and then pictures, and then eto na, any of the photos that you use. So for example, nasa downloads ko, etong mga pinakita ko sa inyo, ito si FB Live seller, so pwede din ganun. So delete ko lang. Just press delete para mawala siya. Okay. So insert shapes. You can also insert shapes if you want. Let's say for example, ito, yung mga oval or whatever you wish. Let's say ito, rounded corners na rectangle. So if you click etong mga objects na ito, you would notice that you would be redirected or change. Okay. For example, wala. Dito lang ako naka-click. So nasa home ako. If I click this button, automatic nag-change yung tab ko into format. So, sorry. So ito, nag-change siya to format. So, yung format, ganun din. Parang it's a way of controlling your what do you call this? It's a way of controlling your object. So let's say for example, gusto ko hollow and then green yung edges, and nandito rin yung function na shape fill if you want. So itong shape fill, it's kung ano yung laman ng object mo. Okay? Kung ano yung laman ng object mo. Yung shape outline naman is kung ano yung outline niya. Okay? So for example, I want yellow na outline, and then shape fill is orange. So, pangit kasi walang contrast. Hindi siya makikita. Ito. You can see the yellow outline. I don't know if you see. And then the blue na, the green na fill. So yan yung purpose niya. Okay? So delete ko lang, then delete. Again, those are shapes. And then ano ko ba? Charts. Okay. So for charts, let's go to dito. So insert tab and then charts. And then this dialog box will pop up. So pili ka kung anong klase na chart yung gusto mong i-insert. Okay? So the most common ones are the line charts. Ito. Sorry, column charts pala. So, and then press mo OK. So, you would notice that parang may Excel dito sa baba. Tama? Ito. There is parang Excel na table. So, this is your data for your they call this for your chart, diba? If I change this, so let's say 1, notice that mag-change din itong value na ito. Okay? So if I change this to 1, 1, 1, ito, papantay sila. So this is what your chart will be based on too. If I change the labels as well, so let's say for example, product 1. And then ito is product 2. Then it would follow suit as well. Product 3. Product 3, product 4. So For example, you have data from an Excel and then you want it to be placed on this document, pwede din. So instead of creating this data manually, pwede mo lang i-copy-paste from Excel to here. Automatic na magre-refresh na din si etong chart mo. Okay? Let's say, for example, this is cost price. This is selling price. And then this is J, something like if you want to do that here. Okay, so ito, balik ako Let's go back to the document. Okay, so ito, what if nawala yung Excel file? So everything here can be found naman dito sa mga sa sidebar. Okay? Yung layout options, as I have told you kanina, yung pwede ba siya ma-move or not, yung you have the elements here. So basically, chart title, ito. I remove that, mawawala din siya. Access, you don't like access, you should have it. And then, etc. So, ito, filters, you can also add filters. So I'll explain this a little bit more once we go to Excel na. Kasi very similar lang naman. So, and then you can also choose styles. So if you want parang mas cool na dark background, pwede din. So hindi na siya super hassle para sa inyo. So I like to keep it that way. It's very metallic look. Now, so nawala yung Excel na yung ine-edit ko kanina. What you do is just right click. Most of the data is already here as well. So and then you go to edit data. And then lalabas na po ulit yung etong data mo. If you want to apply mga formulas or whatnot, you can click this one. So basically, this means that it's going to launch another application in Excel para dun mo i-edit. And then pwede ka na mag-apply ng formulas dun. Kasi dito, hindi kasi pwede. Okay? So if you launch Excel, this is the data that we had kanina. And then let's say, for example, this row should be calculated, so you can apply formulas. So let's say it's equal to this one minus this one, something like that. Drag. Okay. So again, later na yan, i-discuss ko yan. So nangyari, nag-a-adjust din yung data dito sa Word. Okay? Anong ginawa mo doon, automatic mag-a-adjust din siya. So if you don't want naman to right-click, pwede din naman dito na sa taas. You have edit data, select data, and then you can also change to different chart types. If you want, instead of, let's say, instead of parang column graph, you can use line graph. Although that does not make much sense, pero diba, I think it's more appropriate yung column bar rather than this one. But anyways, the point is that you can change your chart types depending on what you need. Okay? Pwede din naka-stack, pwede din 3D. You can do a lot of things. So that's the thing about Microsoft. They want to give you as much option as you can to play with with their apps. So yun, that's for charts. Next is, I think I discussed already the layout options. So we'll not go back to that anymore. Lastly, one of the isa sa mga pinaka-useful pero hindi naman masyadong ginagamit na mga tools is that etong review. So you can check spelling and grammar, and then automatic siya na mag-check ng kung ano ang dapat kong gawin, basically. So just super nice. And you can also do word count. So if you're trying to make an essay na 1,000, you can do word counts para see if how many words you have. So yun yung part 6, which is review. So next is we go to printing. So printing, ang shortcut is Control P. Lalabas na yung printer, yung print preview, sorry. Pwede din dito sa file and then andito sa print. So ito na yung print preview. So this is how your document would look like after printing. Nandito yung copies, yung print button, kung anong printer mo, and then the printer setting. So dito yung orientation, letter, size ng paper, yung margins mo, etc. etc. Pag print mo, automatic. Ganun lang. Okay? So, you can also share this one. It's either as a Word document or a PDF. And then in your OneDrive account, you'll have a link para i-share mo sa mga friends mo or sa mga coworkers mo. You can do that. So, yun. Yun thing. Ano pa ba? I think that's it for Microsoft Office. Do you have any questions before we proceed to Microsoft Word? Gising pa ba tayo? Oh, ang dami pa lang chat. Sorry. Sorry po for the long. Meron pa bang questions? Gising pa ba tayo lahat? Or do I proceed with Microsoft PowerPoint? Going once, going twice. Okay, I think wala na. Transfers. Okay. Oh, question. See. That's one. Which one po? Ano po yung question niyo po? Okay. So, while waiting for Ma'am Carmelita, let's proceed na lang to Excel, to PowerPoint and how to create PowerPoint presentations. And then I think after that, we would go for another break if Sir Luigi is around para inat-inat din ng
Yes, sir.
katawan.
Yes po.
Okay, sige. So let's proceed with PowerPoint na lang diretso.
Sir, there is a question here, sir.
Okay. Sorry, didn't notice.
Is there, sir, a way, sir, to sort the information in a table in Microsoft Word?
Mostly you do that with Excel, and then you just reference the table. Kasi you can do that naman from the table from Excel, you copy paste it to Word, and then dala na niya yung mga formatting options of your formatting options of your what they call this of Excel basically. Okay, so I think um, we proceed with Microsoft PowerPoint tutorial. Okay. Okay. So so for Microsoft PowerPoint, I'll discuss first the templates because it's very important. If you have if you're too lazy to create a template to have your own design, you can always use for a template naman. So that's the main one of the nicest features of PowerPoint. You don't have to create your own. You can always look for a template and then or a theme, and then you can use that. So from here, the default na page, you can go to more themes. Ito, little may konting button dito. Then you can search for themes. So let's say for example, may categories din dito sa baba, presentations, themes, education, charts, diagrams, etc. So if let's say for example education, then you have a lot of themes here. These are already really nice that you can use, diba? So wait, okay. Okay. So let's say for example you want to use this one, this option here. So this is can download this one. So pag-click mo ng create, automatic ida-download niya na yung application, and then you can have the templates, you can have the sample pages here, and then fill in mo na lang yung need mo na data. So that's one of the things that you should take advantage of Microsoft. So let's do that again. Punta tayo sa new. So search for online templates dito. Dito na siya. If you want, then you can press here, show more. So let's just say, ano ba, presentation. Ito. So let's say my project presentation kayo. This. So okay, so yan. It's very artistic. It's like you're a pro already when creating your Microsoft, your PowerPoints. Dito na yung mga magandang text. You just need to edit the yung mga data na default na nakalagay dito. So yan, that is for themes. Okay, so balik tayo sa basics so that later balik na naman tayo dito sa themes and then how do we edit these themes na para ilagay yung sarili niyong data. So, the same shortcut for themes, for Microsoft PowerPoint. If you want to create a new one, you just press Control N, and then that's it. Automatic na yan. So kanina PowerPoint 4, ito naman pag control N mo naging PowerPoint 5 na. So sorry. So PowerPoint 6 na in fact. So ganun lang. Basically kung the keyboard shortcuts are of Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and Excel are almost similar. They're almost everything is almost shared. So sometimes may iba lang, but the common ones are very similar. So if you master Word, most likely you're gonna be, a little bit, you know, well equipped when it comes to sa PowerPoint and sa Excel na din. So parang domino effect na siya, 'di ba? So yun. I'll discuss the environment of PowerPoint. It's almost very similar with what they call this, with Word. So you have your toolbar here, number one, and then you have yung iba lang. Actually, yung highlight ko lang dito is yung different yung different sa PowerPoint na wala sa Word. So you have the ribbon or toolbar, which are different ang content. So you have design, transitions, animations, which are slideshow. Wala sa Word yan. It's only for PowerPoint. So and then number two is outline pane. So ito yung outline of your slides. Pwede mo gamitin siya for navigation. Pwede mo siyang gamitin for parang preview, kumbaga. So, yan lang yung different sa Microsoft PowerPoint. So again, this is the ribbon and toolbar. This transition, animation, and slideshow are different. It's unique. And then you have your outline pane. Okay. So yun. Next, so the basic concept of PowerPoint is that it has slides. So kanina we just in Word we have pages, kumbaga, 'di ba? So we type, we do our thing. Dito naman sa PowerPoint we have slides. So if you want to, we have the default one, etong pag-create natin. So this is our title page. So let's say we just click on etong mga template ng mga boxes, and then automatic mag-i-edit na siya. So title page. So click again. Hello there. Very very simple na one na some example. And then next is, of course, you don't want to have a one-page presentation, diba? So you want to create more pages. So what you can do is you can just create right-click new slide. Okay. So by default, if you could see, yung layout is iba. Ito, yung outline ng boxes is iba compared dito. So parang may title and then may detail. So you can see these layouts here. So right-click, layout, and then you have the different types of layout here. So ito yung first one, itong yung una nating ginawa. Next is ito naman yung current natin, title and content. So if you want to change something like two contents, so para two columns siya, pwede din. So ito yung mangyayari. Okay? So if you notice, may nag-pop up dito sa gilid ko. These are design ideas that I can use. Pero right now, let's not use that kasi para let's stick to the basic, kumbaga. Stick to the so topic 1. Again, type mo lang, topic 1. So dito, pwede ka mag-add text, pwede din any of these objects. So ito yung mga objects, insert objects. So you can insert a table, you can insert a chart, you can insert a smart graphic, you can insert 3D models, icons, pictures, etc. Basically anything. For example, we just add a text, some text here. And then let's say for this one, let's add a picture. So So it's downloading the picture, and then yun na. So dalawang columns. First one is just a text. The second one is an apple. So etong mga makulit na ano dito, pop-ups, is particularly useful then if you don't apply any themes sa ano mo sa what do you call this sa PowerPoint mo. So you can choose a lot of ways to design this. So ito may gradient siya, which is you know, para may ano naman may ito. So I like this one. So I may keep that, I may not. If I don't like this one, sabi mo, mas okay pala yung simple lang. So what you do is, again, undo. So eto lang, the same concept pa rin sa Word. So if you undo, yun, balik na naman tayo sa old na design natin. Diba? And then you keep adding slides and slides and slides until such time na masatisfy kayo, matapos na yung presentation nyo. Okay? So, next. Reordering slides. So, let's say, for example, create ako ng ulit ng slide. New slide. Topic. Topic 2. And instead of dalawang column, let's change that to something like this. Topic 2. Some text here. Whoa, awesome. Parang ganun. So, what if sabi natin, ay, dapat mauna pala ito sa order of presentation. Kasi the way we present, it's from slide 1 up to slide 3. So if I press this one, this one, so ito yung nangyayari. From slide 1 to slide 3. So, what if we decide na, etong third slide ko pala dapat mauna. So what you do is you just simply drag this slide here. So meaning hold your mouse button and then drag this slide here. Or alternatively, you can right click and then cut. Nawala siya and then i-point niyo dun sa gitna ng dalawang slide kung asan niyo gusto mag insert, then automatic lang. Ganun. Okay? So again, you can drag, you can also right click, Control V, whichever is parang convenient sa inyo. Okay? So, duplicating slides. You can also duplicate slides if you want. So if you're lazy, like me, what you want to do is, eto, okay na ako to sa format na ito. So I just want to duplicate this one. So instead of new slide, you go to duplicate slide. Okay? And then let's say, for example, eto, gusto ko lang palitan. Instead of apple, let's change it to banana. Yun. Yun. So, the same format, I just changed the picture. And then probably change the text as well. So, yan yung purpose ng duplicate slide. Okay. Okay, so duplicating slide. So aside from that, another way of duplicating slide is the classic Control-C, Control-V. So I press Control-C, Control-V. Then I can do that up to how many times I want. So Control-V, Control-V, Control-V lang. Nasa 17th slide na tayo, if you can't notice. Ang dami na niya slides. So same lang. So I'd undo that. So press ko lang ito. Undo. Hanggang isa na lang matira. We're back to where we left off. Okay? So removing slides. Again, pwede din right-click, delete slide. Pwede din press nyo yung delete key ng keyboard nyo. For example, delete ko to. Delete mula. I press delete. Automatic mawawala. Or pwede din right-click, delete slide. Yun. Okay? So, another, may technique pa pala. So, for example, another, okay, so I've decided that I don't want really to delete these 2 slides kasi baka gamitin ko later. I just want to hide them in the presentation. So what you do is you select both slides. So click and then click, shift click, or you just drag your mouse button from top to bottom. Parang ganito. Ano? Ganito. So after that, you right click and then you hide slide. Etong second to the last. Ito siya, hide slide. So if you notice, we have 5 slides, but if I present right now, oh, sorry. Hindi nyo pala nakikita. I'll just change my screen share. So ito, this was our first page. If I go next, ito yung second page natin. Go next, ito yung third page natin. After that, end slide na. So basically, andun pa rin ang mga slides. It's just that hindi sila na pro-project. Hindi sila part ng presentation niyo. So again, useful siya if I want to after some point I know that I will still use this slide. So hide mo na lang, wag mo nang i-delete kasi sayang naman, 'di ba? Uulitin mo na naman ang gawa. So, yun. Okay. So, next. Okay, inserting content. We've done this already. So, if I right-click this, new slide, let's say, creating content or inserting content, pwede nyo nang gawin dito. So, let's say, for example, the same thing, we add a column graph, pwede din. So, ganun din. Sa Microsoft Word, ito din yung lumalabas, ito din yung sample data. Ito din yung mga options sa gilid, di ba? So, pretty much the same all throughout the 3 apps. So, if you manage to master, again, Word or Excel or PowerPoint, you're most likely to be really good at the others as well. Okay? So, again, I won't show how to edit this because I've done that already. So the concept is that you can do that in PowerPoint. So sales figures number 1. You want to add another graph, let's say a pie chart this time. Yan. So these are the figures. So yeah, something like that. So yeah. Okay, next, one of the very common na mga objects na ginagamit when it comes to presentation or PowerPoint presentation are smart arts or smart objects. So, what are smart objects? Ito yung mga pinakita ko kanina na mga tools. So, for example, you're trying to present a process. So, step down process. Gather information. That. Tapos, process information. Generate hypothesis. I don't know my scientific method anymore, but you get the point. You use smart arts to have a visual representation of what you're trying to relay, kumbaga. So, ito, very common in PowerPoints. It's more appropriate in PowerPoints, in fact, because you don't really want to print these kinds of objects in a one paper, diba? It's more for presentation talaga siya. So you use these kinds of mga tools. So again, where did I get that? Pwede dito, click dito sa insert object, nandito yung smart art graphic. Itong magiging lalabas yung pop-up. Pwede din, you go to insert smart art. So the same, again, the same pa rin sa Word. Doon pa rin galing. Okay? So yan. I-edit the text. So that's how to use smart graphics, smart arts in PowerPoint. Okay? So next, ito. So for example, right now, may yung ano natin, may yung PowerPoint natin. So let's try to insert some design. So again, if hindi tayo nag-apply ng design before we tried to create a document, then we can always go to the design tab, which is unique to you can have different na mga templates dito. You want this or this or this. It depends on you. So again, a lot of sample here that are fairly presentable na din. So and then if you don't like the color scheme, you can eto, 'di ba, mga themes. If you don't like the color themes, you can also have the variants here. So, if I click here, nagbabago yung kulay. So violet, I say violet kasi let's just say violet yung favorite color ko. So why not, 'di ba? So ito na yung slides ko. So otherwise, if ayaw mo, hindi ko pala gusto magka-theme, so blank lang. So you can always use, you can always go back to the default one, which is this one, the office theme. Diba? So if you're not contented, then you can always browse for themes. So dito na, sorry. Wag pala doon mag-browse ng themes. So dapat sa simula. So anyways, yun na yun. Let's say, let's keep this one. Okay. Single color, hindi masyadong masagad sa mata. Okay? So as you notice, nag-iba din yung kulay ng charts. If I switch this one, diba? Nag-iiba din yung kulay ng charts. So para siyang nag-a-adjust siya kung ano yung background mo kasi ayaw mo naman na may pangit na combination like yellow and green sa PowerPoint mo, 'di ba? Para siyang ewan. So, yun yung concept ng themes. You can play a lot with this. So if you're asking kung anong theme na ginamit ko, wala po akong theme. So I just edit the figures or the text para mas maging presentable siya. Because again, to me, I'm always after the simplicity, and what's important is maintindihan, ma-relay ang message. Diba? So yun. Now, after we do themes, we can actually go to transitions. So transitions is going from one slide to the next one. Okay? So if I apply transition, right now it's none. So if lagyan ko ng morph, let's try what happens. Push. So yun. Yun yung mga transition. You see? So although maganda siya sa right now dito sa akin, if I try to look at it sa phone ko, hindi naman masyadong nakikita yung transition eh. So sayang lang yung effects na nilagay ko, 'di ba? Kasi again, in Zoom meetings, we can't really guarantee the speed or the what they call this, the internet connectivity of your parang participant. So again, assume that your participants or everyone else in the meeting has the lowest specs possible. So this one is applicable if you're trying to present in person, you're trying to impress your boss, that you can, kaya ko kaya ko yung ganito, ganyan. Then, by all means, use transitions. But when you are presenting online, please refrain from using transitions because it doesn't work. Like, uh, wala siyang effect, wala siyang profound effect. Let's just say. Okay, so those are transitions. You can see more by clicking this button here, dito sa gilid. Then, lalabas na lahat ng transitions. Itong mga, it doesn't really work. Pwede din ito. Uh, okay. So anyway, so much for transitions. Let's go now to animations tab. So si animations tab can be a little bit more advanced, especially if uh, hindi ka sanay mag-control ng mga animations. So there are three types of animation, the way animations are presented. So let's say, for example, appear lang. Yung pinaka-basic. So I'm currently none. So appear lang. So si appear is just like saying na, uy, after this action, magpakita ka. Yun. Ganun lang. So yung pinaka-basic, etong numbering, this is the order of appearance for the elements. Oh.
Okay, so as of the moment, we'll have a 10 to 15-minute break when we'll continue with the discussion on how we can explore the MS PowerPoint and the MS Excel and other topics on how we can use digital technology during this time of pandemic. Thank you so much. Okay, again, good afternoon. I guess we can now resume our training webinar. Sir Cedric.
Hello. Okay. So, uh, share. Okay. First, so, um, okay, so may nagtanong if pwede ba daw iba-iba yung design sa kada page kanina. So, I will show you paano yung iba-iba ang page. So, again, I'd like to clarify that this is what we call a theme. So, yung theme is yung pinaka, kumbaga, basic na elements ng isang PowerPoint. Now, if you want to deviate from the theme, let's say for example, ayaw mo ng for this page ayaw mo ng theme na ito or ng layout na ito. Click mo dito sa design ideas. Remember niyo yung na parang lumalabas dito sa right side bigla. So, pwede niyo din manually hingin sa kanya na, uy, bigyan mo naman ako ng ng bagong design kasi sawa na ako sa ganitong design. So right now it's generating an idea. Okay, ayaw niya. Sometimes di din to gumagana because so gumana na siya. So medyo iba yung design niya. If you want, sorry. So, kumbaga wala siya dun sa layout. Yan. Pwede din naman na if you want, for example, gusto mong iba yung background, ang gawin mo is that you insert a hole, is a shape para i-cover mo yung background. So say for example, yun. Remove natin yung outline. Pwede din naman yun. So it depends. But the overall theme, kumbaga, ng PowerPoint is isa lang talaga. So you can't mix and match two themes unless you paste it as from one page to another. So for example, kukuha ako dito ng etong page na ito. So just copy. Then lagay ko dito. So automatic nag-a-adjust talaga siya sa kung ano yung current theme. So another paste option is you paste it as a picture. So eto, you want to keep anong mukha nun. Yun nga lang, di mo na to ma-edit as ang text kasi picture na siya eh. Pwede din ganun. So those are the other ways para to cheat baga your PowerPoint. So I hope that answers your question. Si Sir Gavino. Okay. So balik tayo. We're done with transitions. Transitions is again the effect that a page makes once it transfers from one page to another. Okay? So yun yung transitions. So pwedeng again for this pull over, curtains. Okay. Anyways, so yun yung transitions. So let's now go to animations. So right now, if I launch this kumbaga let's just remove the Oops, sorry. Okay, so let's say, ito yun, di ba? Ito. So I place some animations here. Okay. Is na-copy yung, yung transition. Tanggalin ko na lang. So again, it serves no purpose. Focus tayo sa animation. So, pag-click ko, automatic nag-a-appear lahat. Kasi, you see 1, 1, 1, 1, lahat sila. So, if I select everything, and then, dito sa timing, animation timing, gagawin ko, instead of blank siya, gagawin ko on-click. So, anong ibig sabihin ng on-click? Every time na mag-click ako, gagawa siya ng bagong animation. Meaning, may a-appear na bago. Kasi, ito, appear lang ito lahat. Ito, so the first effect appear lang. You apply fade, for example, fade, and then again 1 1 1 1. So you have noticed that. Click mo ulit on click. So ang mangyayari, pag first click ko, click number 1, so nag-appear siya. Click number 2, appear na naman. Click number 3, appear na naman. Click number 4, appear na naman. So para saan ba itong mga animations? There are things kasi that you don't want to parang show all at once. For example, you're trying to discuss a list. So kagaya ng ginawa ko kanina, I'm trying to discuss a list of examples of interactive na video conference calls. I didn't show the whole list all at once. I showed it one after the other. Para naman, kumbaga yung focus mo is dun sa current na pinalabas ko, 'di ba? So whereas if pakita ko lahat, ikaw babasahin mo agad lahat, 'di ba? May tendency na babasahin mo agad lahat or you won't read anything at all, 'di ba? So whereas if you do it one by one, parang si participant unsubconsciously sumusunod na yung mata niya kung saan yung pinakabagong lumabas na item or ng text. The same manner, pwede din siyang in a way surprise factor or comedic factor, 'di ba? I think so, dun sa distractions, parang may joke ako dun so, sa left side, puro seryoso ng mga jokes like noise, na phones are not put in silent, and sa kabila is mga batang umiiyak, etc. Imagine if I showed that first, and then the comedic factor, the surprise factor is gone already, 'di ba? Kasi babasahin mo agad lahat, 'di ba? So, yun. There are a couple of things why you use animations. You show it one after the other, not all at once. So this is how you do it. So, for example, this one, I'm happy with this transition. Okay, I mean the order. I'm happy with the order. So here, we try to create transitions as well. So I don't want to show this all at once. So let's say appear lang ito yung gagamitin natin, sorry. And then again, we select on click. So na change na 1, 2, and 3. So for example, I want to show the if I run this, okay. So sales figures number 1, eto, which is number 2, and then this one, which is number 3. So for example, for some reason, I want to show the pie chart first before the column graph or column chart. So what we do is there is this button here called animation pane. So this one shows the order of animation that is going to happen. Okay? So dito makikita mo 1, 2, 3. If I click this one, ma-highlight kung ano yung 1. And then number 2, and then number 3. Ganun. So if I want to show the etong pie chart first, I just drag this one pataas. Okay? Again, I just drag it, click the object, and then drag it kung saan mo gusto ilagay. So for example, this one, the chart, this column graph is now number 3. What if I want it to be the first one to be shown? Okay, so let's try. So this one, nauna yung column graph. And then I would expect na si pie chart, sorry, ito pala, and then pie chart, which is the last one. Okay? So again, 1, 2, and 3 yung last pie chart. So this is how you order your animations. Okay, so question, what if, let's bring it back to the original order ha. So 1, 2, 3. What if gusto ko sabay yung dalawa? So kanina, we set this to on click, meaning every time I click, may lalabas, may gagawing action. So what if gusto ko sabay sila dalawa? So 1 and then 2 for both charts. So I would choose the third one and then click here with previews. Ibig sabihin, yung trigger niya is kung mag-trigger na yung previous niya na object, meaning yung mas mataas sa kanya, automatic siya din mag-trigger na ang animation niya. So you notice 1 and then 2 na sila. So let's try 1 and then 2. So both charts appear at the same time, diba? So yun yung animations. Pwede din that you can do parang timings. So you can time your they call this effects, for example. So etong green bar, this is the duration of the effect from nothing to fully visible. Okay? So let's say for example, ayoko ng on-click. So tapos after lumabas nito na text, sales figures number 1, I want the charts to appear as well automatically. I don't have to click anymore. So, yun naman, ang mangyayari is start after previews. Meaning, after nito, eto naman basta start without any clicks or manual na mga operation. So, start after previews. So, ang mangyayari, click ako isa, one time. So, I never clicked again, pero automatic, after lumabas ng transition, after matapos ng transition ni sales figure number 1, lumabas din si pie chart and the charts. So, let's try with a longer animation, yung mas klaro. Okay, this one. Let's try. Ito. See? So, after ng fly in, automatic, nag-execute na naman etong the next transition, which is for the charts. So yun, that is for the animation tab. Okay, so there are a lot more animation tabs here that are available, but I won't discuss it anymore because we're running out of time, and I have to discuss Excel and the last part, which is I think very important as well para sa inyo. So again, you can explore. It's the same concept lang din naman. Instead of entrance, nagiging emphasis lang siya, which is meaning it's either parang kikinang siya or mag-change siya ng color or parang mag-wave yung object or whatnot. And the exit is alis. So after niya ng alis siya outside of the screen. Pwede din. Okay? And then motion paths, etc. Okay, so let's go now to slideshow. This is the last tab that we're going to discuss. So dito sa taas, you can see here from the beginning from current slide. So if I click this one, the slideshow will start at slide number 1. Even if I am at slide number 4, if I say current slide, etong current slide lang ang papakita. So 1 to 3 will be ignored. So if you can see, so andito tayo sa slide 4. If I press this one first, etong from the beginning, or press F5 as shortcut key, automatic sa hello page siya magsisimula. Diba? Until such time na darating tayo sa end ng PowerPoint. So, yun. You can present online, pero this is something that you don't usually use. It's an updated na feature na, but it's still there anyways. So lastly, you want to use presenter view. So what's presenter view? Presenter view is a way of parang your presentation is different. Yung view mo sa laptop is different from actual na lumalabas sa screen, let's say sa projector. Let's say, project mo yung view mo. So, this one, kung saan lalabas yung output niya. So, let's say automatic. Siya na yung mag-determine ng kung saan lalabas. So, if I press F5, sorry, F5, okay, at di lumalabas yung presenter view. Wait, ayaw lumabas. Okay. Yung isang PowerPoint ko na lang. Just para makita nyo lang yung, okay, kaya pala. Yan, again. Yun. So this is the presenter view. Yung sa kabila naman, yun yung parang pino-project ng actual na eto. Diba? So, eto yung nasa projector. Eto yung, let's say, nasa laptop screen mo. So, bakit ito why is this very useful? Well, for once you have your timer here, especially if you're on a timer to present, and then you can also have your notes. You can also view your notes here. And then you can see what the next slide will be so that you can prepare what you say. So it's a parang guide for you to do presenting. So this is my current screen or what is projected in the screen. And then this is the next screen that the next parang thing that will show or pop up. Topic 1, the next is ito. So I always know, or I'm always on the loop what will happen next, kumbaga. Ganon. So I can also do a lot of things here. Let's say, for example, annotate. So let's say I can create, I can do this. Then let's transfer to kabilang screen. You can see, nagpro-project yung kung ano man yung ginawa ko dito. So let's say I add more. Ito, laser pen. It's a highlighter. And so that's the power of this parang presenter view. Okay, so you can erase all ink. And then aside from that, if for some reason I got lost, sana ba ako? Dapat andito na ako sa slide 4, but bumalik ako sa slide 2 bigla. So I can just click this one. Para siyang naka-grid view, see all slides, and then go kung saan ka na ba dapat talaga. So pag-click mo, sorry. Okay. So parang ganun. So these are very useful na mga tools for a presenter to use. Okay. So I think that's it for PowerPoint. If you have questions, please let me know. Just try to place your questions sa Q&A or sa chat. Or baka si Sir Luigi merong tanong. Pa-email na lang Sir Luigi ng recorded video for review. Thanks. May tanong po ba before we go to Excel?
As of now, sir, wala pa naman pong question na send sa akin.
Sige. So let's proceed na lang para we can, kailangan ko na kasi bilisan. Medyo mahaba kasi yung Excel. So, let's see. Let's go back. So, Microsoft Excel is one of the most popular spreadsheets application that helps you manage your data and create charts out of it. So, It's very useful, especially in the business world, basically. Even reporting lang in general. So it helps you a lot when you can visualize whatever the numbers are, whatever numbers you have. So let's go over the environment again. So this is the Excel environment. Again, I will ignore everything that is common sa Microsoft Word and PowerPoint. Just explain yung mga, yung mga common ones, the unique ones. So this is the toolbar, the ribbon bar. So medyo iba siya. Merong ibang tabs. Next, number 2, this one is what we call the formula bar. So dito mo nilalagay yung formula mo. Or pag tinapat mo sa cell na may formula, lumalabas dito yung formula ng cell na yun instead of the value. Next is number 3, this one. And then this one is the what we call the rows and columns header. So Excel is from the name of it itself, it's a cell-based na application. So therefore, if you have cells, you have rows and you have rows and then you have columns, diba? So these are the headers ng both rows. So columns are letters, based on letters, rows are based on numbers. Okay? And then number 4, sorry. Number 4 is the worksheet tabs. So if you have multiple worksheets, dito lumalabas yung worksheets mo. Okay. So next, Excel concepts. So Excel is a very specialized software in a sense that it is used for data recording, analysis, manipulation, and also integration or collation. With this, ang daming pwedeng gawin sa Excel that other Microsoft tools, Office tools just cannot do. So again, the purpose of Word is that to create documents, basically, create documents. It's an easy way to create documents, letters, mga reports na, in text. Then probably you can insert a graph or two, but mostly its main purpose is for words. And then for PowerPoint naman, it's for presentation. Diba? It's the way to, have a visual aid, kumbaga, if you're trying to present something. Si Excel naman, it's more on for accounting, for data talaga. It runs, ang blood ng Excel is data. So you can do recording, analysis, whatever here in Excel. Okay? As such, because it deals with data, I could say it's the most difficult one to master as well. Kasi ang daming parang mga, what do you call that? Parang mga small details that you're kind of ignoring, and then it's very important pala, and then it takes time to master it. Until now, I'm still confused with Excel as well. So, yeah. Basics Excel. Let's go. Example. Okay. So, ang pinaka-basic na element ng isang Excel application is what we call a cell. So, an Excel holds a single data of whether it is a raw data or a calculated data. So, sa isang worksheet, madaming cells. Okay? So, to enter a data in Excel in a cell, you just double click it. Okay? Double click mo lang, automatic pwede ka nang mag-type. Okay? So an Excel every cell rather has a certain address. So if I click anywhere here on my sheet, automatic this one changes. So it's a combination of the column letter and the row number. So this one is under column D, and then it was under row 10. So that's why it's D10. Move here, it's J, and then 6. So that is basically the identifier of that certain cell. Okay? So sige. So when it's a darker border, gaya nito, it's color green, it means that that cell is selected. If I drag this one, it means that I have selected multiple cells. Okay? All of these cells are selected. So the same concept pa rin sa Microsoft Word, that if you drag and then drag from this side to this side, masaselect yung mga text. This time, instead of text ang masaselect, cells naman ang masaselect. So it's not necessarily na isang rows lang, you can select any way you want dito sa Excel. Okay? So, okay, so for example, we enter the value 12 here. Okay, so 12 is a number. So what if, for example, I want this number 12 to be a currency, for example. So what I can do is, dito sa home and then sa number, you can see here the formatting tools, kumbaga. I will not discuss everything else, like the clipboard, font, alignment. Those are things that have already been discussed before. So let's just focus on the unique na mga ng Excel. So 12, let's say this is a currency. So if I click this one, accounting number format, automatic, ma-format siya into a currency. But iba yung currency kasi dollar. You want it to be in Filipino peso, di ba? So, eto, hahanapin natin dito si peso sign. Okay, so yan, 12 pesos na siya. So, Excel in a way also is kind of smart. So let's say, for example, let's say I type 8, 13, 20. So that usually represents a date, right? So pag enter mo, automatic kino-convert na niya into a date. So kanina, if I type here 8, 13, 20, it's just a number. Ngayon, date na siya. So na-determine niya na, uy, itong tinype mo is actually a date. Okay? So yun yung mga formats dito. So let's say, for example, you want to represent, you want to print 30%. So you type 0.3 and then you click percent, automatic lalabas na 30% na siya. If you double click it, 0.3 pa rin ang value niya. It's just that the way it's represented here in this cell, it's 30% because you click percentage here. Okay? So next, we have, for example, you can do this as well. So yun, para lagyan siya ng decimal places. Okay? So you can remove or increase the decimal places through this feature here. So decrease decimal places, increase decimal places. Does not make any sense. So if sakto ka na dyan, then yan na. Okay? So there are a lot of other na mga formats here. You can explore it yourself. Para try niyo. So ito, for example lang, ito. This is a date, di ba? Let's print it with more detail. So yun, Thursday, August 13, 2020. So I never type Thursday, August. I just type 8, 13, 2020. So siya na bahala na gumawa ng long date. Okay? So if short date naman, balik siya sa original. Okay? So yun. Yan yung purpose ng formatting ng mga data dito. So it's very convenient kasi nandito lang sila lahat. Diba? Formatting cells, di muna natin i-touch kasi medyo mahaba-habang discussion yan. You don't really need that in if you're trying to just, basic lang naman yung gamit niyo sa Excel. Basically, it's either a design tool or pwede din parang label ng isang cell na if ever may condition na ma-meet, then ito ang gagamitin niyang ito yung kulay niya, or so para lang madaling ma-determine ng titingin. So again, it's for more advanced topics. Let's just go through this para matapos tayo. Okay, so next, tables. So si Excel, the main, aside from the cells itself, ang pinaka-importanteng component niya is what we call tables. Okay? So tables is, for example, I select this ganito kadami. Say, ito. So I want this to be my table. So where is the data of your table? Ito siya. This just means that whatever I selected from A up to D, and then 1 up to row 1 up to row 9. So yan lang yung ibig sabihin niya. My table has headers? Yes, I do want to have headers for my table. Click mo, automatic, gagawa na siya ng isang table. So ito yung bounds ng table mo. Ito. Sorry. So for example, let's try to edit this table a bit. Let's say product. Quarter 1, quarter 2, total. That. So chocolate, 744. So yun, automatic na siya. Diba? Next is 100 total. So ito, hindi siya automatic naging peso sign. So let's just say, gawin natin ito. So but however, dollars yan. So again, ito lang medyo annoying sa because you have to search for the currency again. Anyways, so yun. So let's say for example, quarter 1, quarter 2 na sales, and then dito sa fourth column, sorry, we want to total it. So isa sa pinaka-common na function ng Excel is yung addition, subtraction, yung mga basic arithmetic operations. So what you can do is you just place equals. Equals means you're trying to say, hey, I'm trying to create a formula here. I don't want to create to just write a value directly outright. So I want this cell. So what did I press? I just press the cell. Diretso lang. Plus, and then this cell. Okay? So yun. Automatic na siya gumagawa ng sum. So let's say, for example, chocolate biscuits. So 151. Tapos, say, yeah. So if you na-notice nyo, walang formatting itong next row ko. So what you can do is just drag this down. Okay, mali. No. Still formatting only. Okay. So ito yung mga additional options. So if you drag the cell, kasi ika-copy na yung values eh. But you can actually do some options here. Fill series, meaning if it detects a series, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it fills the rest of the values. Fill formatting only, gusto ko lang i-copy yung formatting. Huwag mong palitan yung values. Fill without formatting, lagyan mo ng values pero huwag mong kopyahin yung peso sign, basically. Flash fill, I don't really use that. I just specify kung ano talaga yung gusto ko. So fill formatting only so that we keep the 1501 value. The same goes here, and then let's say fill formatting. Okay? So every time I type here, automatic na siya, peso sign na siya. So yun. So this one again is a calculated value. This one are parang raw values. Okay? So this one is what we call a table in Excel. So another problem. Okay, so may nagtanong kanina regarding sorting and filtering. Yes, you can do that in Excel. So for example, this one, meron akong tatlong products, tama? So I want to sort it from A to Z, for example. Okay, sorted na. Z to A, no problem. So what if I want to filter it out? Hindi ko gusto lagyan ng blanks. Nawala, diba? Or I want to hide another product and display just chocolates. Chocolates lang, wala lang din yung another product. So balik ko. Sorry. Okay. So lalabas lang din siya. So ganun din dito, same lang. You can sort from largest to smallest based on the value. Dito din, etc. So nandito sa parang ribbon na ito yung mga filters and search or sorting algorithms na ginagawa niya. Okay? So, okay. What's next? By the way, this is what we call the header rows. Header rows. So, yun. And then we have here, eto naman, etong total is what we call a calculated column. So we do that by entering a formula. So by the way, this is a very simple formula. This column plus this column, na-color coded na din siya. Blue, meaning this one. Red, medyo red, meaning this one. So we can also rewrite this formula into something like this. It's equal to sum, and then what are the cells that you're going to add. So drag ko lang itong dalawa kasi itong dalawa naman i-add ko, and then close. So the same pa rin yung lalabas. Ganun pa din. Okay? So the same lang ang output niya. So if you want to total the rows, the value of rows for quarter 1, for example, there's an easy way to do that. Ito yung magic sum. One click mo lang nito, automatic may total ka na. Okay? So pag i-drag mo ito, ganun din mangyayari. Ito total niya rin itong dito na row and then dito na row. So shortcut keys lang. Yun. These are now the totals of your sample table that we had. Diba? So, okay na? Let's move to, lapit na, last 3 topics na lang. Let's move, after tables, another concept of Excel is the sheets. So we use sheets to separate values. Okay? To separate values. So useful siya if, for example, you're creating a financial report. I'm pretty sure all the mga nasa finance nyo familiar na nito. But if you want to separate data or para malinis lang tingnan yung mga sheets niyo, you can create sheets, additional sheets. So you do that by clicking this one, new sheet, sorry. New sheet, and then eto na siya. So whatever. Okay? So yan. Next. Okay, finally. We're going to create now tables. Okay? So this one, for example. What if I want to create a table for the product name and compared to its cost price. Okay, so I do that. Dali lang. I do that by dragging these 2 columns. Okay, and then I insert, and then let's say column or bar chart. Automatic na lalabas siya. Okay, ito. So, yun yung mangyayari. Kasi ito lang yung data set na pinili ko. So, the name and the cost. So, I have the names here of products nandito sa baba. And then I have the values here nandito sa left side. So, Excel is smart enough to know na, wait, this guy is trying to graph values per product. So, let's use the values on the y-axis and then this one in the x-axis. Parang ganun. Okay? So, if you want to use all of this, pwede rin. You just drag from this one to this to here, and then insert. Ito. Yun. Okay, so included na lahat ng data. So this one, instead of just cost, kaya cost ang title niya, this now has just the cost as one part of it, basically. Okay. And then you can also edit, they call this, you can also edit your mga, for presentation purposes. So you can use this para may visual feedback and then the figures as well, precise figures. Again, you can do the styling here. You can add axis titles, axis, error bars, data legends. Yun. So you can do a lot of things here. And then you can also filter products. So let's say, for example, I don't want to use 1, 2, 3 test product. I remove that. And then I click apply. Mawawala lang yung 1, 2, 3 test product. So if I just want to display apricots, asparagus, and bar K special, apply, tatlo na lang sila maiiwan. Diba? If I select all, kita ko ulit lahat. So yun yung basic na mga ano. So if I am contented with this chart, I could just directly copy this with Word or PowerPoint presentation. So let's say, for example, I have PowerPoint. So again, from Excel, Control C, and then Control V. So automatic na ito yung galing sa Excel. Okay? So what if I change the value? So nag-reflect na din yung changes dito. Okay? So you don't have to edit on the Excel and then edit na naman dito sa ano. So naka-link na sila basically. So yun siya. Yun yung tanong kanina na can you have a parang formula na nasa PowerPoint? No. You do the formula in Excel and then you just copy paste whatever you need, the data that you need to and from other applications. Para eto yung basis mo and then whatever is reference from this basis, from this file, will be, kumbaga, whatever changes you make here, automatic magre-reflect na din dun sa kabila. Okay? So, ano po ba? What do I need? Formulas. So formulas, ang pinaka-common is, again, yung sum, which is what we did here. We also have these other four: average, count numbers, max, min. So let's just try it out isa-isa. So let's say sum. So you can do this, by the way. You drag the whole column and then may lalabas na ganito, quick analysis. And then let's say you have totals and then sum. So ito yung total niya. Dito naman, ang gagawin ko is, let's say, average. Average. So ito, average niya. So again, let's just try to use each formula, the common formulas, one by one. Na ito na lang tayo. Count numbers. Naka-peso pa siya, pero actually it's supposed to be just a number. Then remove natin yung decimal places. So this is again total, this is average, this is count, and then this is min and max. So sorry, max and then min. Okay? So max, etong max. Min is this one. Yun. So if you over to the cells, kita mo, may mga equation silang kanya-kanya. Okay? So, ito, and then, oops, sorry. Ito. Okay? So, yun. Yun, I think that's all for Excel. Again, I don't want to discuss all the formulas. Andito lahat sa formula tab. These were the ones that we discussed, the common ones. The rest, ang dami dito na mga formula, which I up to now do not know how to use it. So again, you can explore them if you want in detail. Meron din namang helpers yung Excel. So yun. We commonly use the sum lang, sum, difference, average, min, max, etc. Okay. So that is for Excel. Do you have any questions before we proceed to my question? For example, sir, you have an explanation below your table. How can you justify the text in Excel just like in MS Word? Okay. So you have meron daw siyang text. So what does that mean? Like say for example, this table, para a little bit of explanation. Table is for blah, blah, blah. Parang ganito. So what you can do is that if you want na isang cell lang siya kasi actually isang cell lang talaga to siya. But if I write something here, pwede din. If I write something here, so na-clip na siya, di ba? Wala na siya, di ba? So to do that, para makita mo siya all the way, and then if you want na the same width siya with your table, what you'd want to do is merge and center. So what this means is that it merges the cells. Tama pala, no? Hindi ko na-discuss ito. Merge and center. Okay? So it merges the cell na etong A to K na cells. Mini-merge niya. So if I write, so naka-center na yan siya. Okay? So, nawala. So what's another thing that you can do is wrap text. Ibig sabihin, if A, B, and then sobra na si C, then i-wrap niya. Meaning, ilalagay niya sa next line. Okay? So, click ko yan. Nasaan na yun? Di pala nakikita. Yun. So, yun yung nangyayari. So, walang justify for Excel. It's just these alignments. So, if tamad ka parang ganyan, double click mo lang. Alright. So, yun po. I hope I answered your question. Merge cell. Then wrap text. So go to Home tab. Merge cell and then wrap text. Okay. Any other questions before we move to the last topic? It's just a few slides, very short lang. I just want to share to you the other other things that you can use in your parang new normal na work. Sige, while you're formulating your questions, shall I proceed na lang? Type lang kayo and then I'll answer it a little bit later. Okay? So next, we go back here. All right. Oh, no. Right. Okay. What? Parang zoomed in. Oh, okay. Okay, so Microsoft Office Suite alternative. So we've discussed Microsoft Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. Tama. Um, Now I will try to uh, discuss naman uh, the Google Drive concept. Okay, the Google Drive concept. So ano ba yung um, cloud computing kumbaga? So basically, if this is your computer, then you have other laptops as well or mobile devices ba or ano. Cloud computing, di ba? If you create a document on your laptop, it stays on your laptop. Tama? So nandun lang yun. Nasa file mo, sa C drive or D drive mo. Ganun. So, eto, with cloud computing, what you do is you create a file, you put it in your PC, and then automatically, what happens next is that this file will be synced on the cloud, meaning you have an account on the cloud. And then after that, automatically din, if nakalink itong PC na ito, and then naka-attach siya sa, let's say, Google Drive mo, um, this file, without doing anything, we just placed it on a single folder sa PC mo, pupunta siya sa cloud, and then at the same time, andun na din siya, na-replica na din siya dun sa ibang files mo, basically. Diba? So, without doing anything, again, nag-save ka lang ng file sa isang folder, automatically nag-sync na siya sa cloud, and then nagkaroon na din ng copy um, yung ibang nakalink na accounts for that Google Drive. Diba? That is the Google Drive concept basically. And also, if you're familiar with Dropbox, ganun din yung scheme nila. That is what we call cloud computing in a way. So we have this technology we call backup and sync. Backup and sync. Bakit? When you save a file, automatically you have a copy online. Okay? You have a copy online. So that's the backup. If you accidentally delete the folder or magka-virus ka man or ganito ganyan, you still have the copy on the cloud. Hindi mawawala yun. Okay? And then automatic syncing. If, for example, your account allows it to. Of course, may access ka pa din or may control ka pa din kung anong gusto mo i-sync, anong gusto i-sync, di ba? So, with this, you easily access your files in Google Drive website. Okay? So, store, share, and access your files from any mobile device, tablet, or computer. So, as long as you log in, let's say, for example, may net ka, mag-login ka sa Google Drive account or whatnot, automatically pwede mo na yung ma-access yung file mo kahit hindi pa naka-on yung computer mo. Kasi nga, andun na siya sa cloud. Diba? So, and then, of course, Google Drive has 15 gigabytes of data storage for free for the first, for every account. Okay? So, ang laki nun. It's like, ang laking storage nun. Basta wag mo lang lagyan ng movies para hindi maubos agad. If gagamitin mo lang is mga documents, mga PowerPoints, ang dami ng documents sa PowerPoints na kakasya dyan, I assure you. So, why do I introduce this? It's because kanina I'm pushing for team collaboration, di ba? Easy file sharing, etc., etc. Just like what we did in yung Microsoft Teams na pinakita ko, and other as well, kahit dito sa Zoom, pwede din. So, what we want to do is easy file sharing. That's the pinaka essence niya. Kasi what we don't want to happen is that we create a file and then papasa natin via email or papasa natin via messenger, and then hihingi naman si ganito ng file, and papasa na naman natin sa via messenger, and then what if may na-change doon, and then pagpasa natin, hindi na yun yung original, diba? So meaning, all your file versions are not in sync. Iba-iba kayo ng file versions, most probably, diba? So, and then of course, hassle din. Super hassle na magpasa ng file, pasa ng file, diba? With these solutions, mas dali na lang para sa inyo, especially if you have your G Suite accounts. So, when I was teaching in ADU, we have these teams and collaborations sa mga folders na i-dump lang namin lahat ng ano namin doon, ng mga files namin for, let's say, for example, our program. And then all the teachers can access that that file na. Let's say, for example, lahat ng computer engineering teachers may access doon na folder, dump lahat. Whenever I need the file, I just check on that folder and then kita ko na. I don't have to ask my supervisor na, sir, can you send me this? Can you send me that? So that's one way of parang collaboration. So if you have a G Suite account, you can securely share files within the organizations as well. So kaya ng sinabi ko, we have the Ateneo ADU organization na G Suite. We cannot release the file if hindi namin pwede share yung file if hindi .adu.edu.ph yung email niya. Kasi by email pa rin ang sharing. So, which is fairly secure, di ba? Unless you download it and, meron naman talagang loopholes. But if you just purely do it via online, pwede din. Diba? So, another thing is the file versioning. So it's very, very convenient because whenever you have files and then you change it, and then you change it, and then you change it, and then you realize na, ay, tama pala yung 3 days ago na version ko. There is a file versioning na functionality. So you don't have to backtrack everything. Sana nga ba yun? Ito ba yung change ko? Ito ba yung ginawa ko? Etc. etc. Automatic may file versioning na. Google Drive or Dropbox does that for you. It keeps tracks of your changes and what you changed as well. When you change it, as in detailed information na talaga siya. Okay, so what am I talking about? Let's try to, I want you to try it out para you get a feel of what am I discussing. So I'll send you files here sa chat and then you open it. Okay, naka-public na ito. Just try. That is for the parang Word. This is for the parang PowerPoint. Just click the link. So eto yan. Papakita ko na lang din dito. So the first one is this. Okay. So if you click, makikita ko ngayon kung sino ang nandito sa file na ito. So right now, ako lang. And then let's try and wait if may papasok. So just click this, the first one. Let's try. So anyways, okay. So ito, ipapakita ko na lang din yung file versioning. So kanina may default na values na ito, and then ito yung version history. So meron ng isa, si Anonymous Penguin, si Anonymous Mink. So actually, you can try typing something. Try typing something. You can type. Okay. I hope you're in a laptop para mas madali. Try typing something if you can. Otherwise, let me know kung hindi pwede. Baka may yun pala. Okay, so you can edit na. So again, you can try to type something. So yung file versioning na sinabi ko, eto yun. Nakikita na. Ito yung original, kaninang 3:13 p.m. And then ito na yung current version, which is nag-type ako ng etong mga things na ito. So I can revert to this. Let's say, for example, ayoko nito. Mali yan. So I can revert to this version, restore this version, or make a copy out of it. So for example, may pumasok and then mag-type. Ito na. Nandito siya, si Anonymous Serial. Hindi ko alam kung sino siya eh. So, pwede siya mag-type. Sige, try mo. And then we can actually see kung anong tinype ni Anonymous Squirrel. So anonymous siya kasi hindi ko in-invite sa via email. But if I do invite via email, nakikita ko kung sino yung nag-edit or sino tong si color orange. Diba? So, kasi binigay ko sa, to anyone who has the link, you can type anything to it. Parang ganun yung sinabi ko. So if I'm typing here some of my reports, pwede ka din mag-type dyan sa task, basically. And then after that, if we backtrack, pwede din, makikita na din natin dito. So it's collaborative, kumbaga. So that's what I've been talking about for the past, I don't know, ilang hours na. So ganun din, for financial status, I think I need to add some further sharing na rules. So editor. So again, anyone who has the link, so naka-public siya. Anyways, it's not a very important document pa man. But if you're in your organization, you can just invite friends. So for example, dito, share, then type niyo lang kung sino yung mga gusto nyong sharean. So para hindi siya public. So by that, you can also see kung sino ang nag-edit or sino ang gumawa ng ganito, ganyan. Okay? So again, this is what I am telling. So once na tapos na kayo, you can paste this link to anywhere of your chat groups or your teams, for example. And then every time na may titingnan kayo, dun kayo sa latest version titingin. Meaning kung anong nakikita ko, ganun din na nakikita ni person 1, ni person 2, ni person 3, ni person 4 at the same time. And you can work on it at the same time as well. If someone makes a mistake, no problem. You have your edit history. So, yun. Yun yung mga magagandang features ng Google Docs, Google Sheets, and Google Presenter. Okay? So, again, you can play with it. I'll not remove the files. Another example is if this folder is something that should be shared, or I mean, if any of the contents on this folder are parang shareable to the entire office, you just share the folder instead, not the individual files. Kasi what if meron kayong 1,000 files, diba? That becomes very tiring. So you just share the folder instead. So anyone with the link, and then instead of viewer, you can use editor. Pwede din viewer. So let's say for example, gusto mo lang makatingin lang sila. Matingnan lang nila kung ano yung contents, but they can't edit. Pwede din. So if right now, I'm just giving all the privileges to you. So anyone with the link, and then you can edit whatever is inside here. So yun. Ganun yung collaboration. So if you're going to use Microsoft Teams, for example, diba, meron siyang yung Teams na So, pwede mo na i-paste doon yung link, and then okay. So, pwede din dito sa Google sa Zoom. It depends. Pwede din sa chat group nyo. It really depends on how you plan on utilizing it, yung software. So, just show you for example, sa example lang ng Teams para lang makita talaga. Okay. So testing. For example, nag-meeting tayo, etc., and then we were working on a parang Google Sheet. All of us were working on a Google Sheet. Let's say, dito natin ilagay. So instead of here, let's say agenda for the meeting. I know it shows financial status of the office, but let's say agenda for the meeting ito. Diba? So I just paste it there. And then automatically, for this meeting, nakalink na itong agenda for this meeting. So if I backtrack, if madami na yung contents ito, for example, Sana nga ba yung meeting natin last Monday, for example? Ito pala yung meeting. Ano ba yung agenda natin? Andun. It's very easy. So you go to this page, then kita mo na yung agenda, for example. Hypothetically, ha. So that's what I've been telling you when what this parang collaboration, integration na mga features. So you have to try to explore that as well as either as an entire school or even as an office lang, just to make things a little bit easier sa inyo when working online with the new normal, the new challenges that we are trying to face. So I hope I made sense para sa on what I demoed to you. And then very last slide na lang talaga, a little bit of comparison with Google Docs, Sheets, and Slides versus the traditional Microsoft Office. So Microsoft Office is platform dependent, so you have to download a like 2 gig of data, 2 gig of parang installer, di ba? And then although it's available online, offline, but the online version is not as well known because of the complexity nga, whereas Google Drive is very, very easy to use and has minimal features. So low skill, low level, how do you say that? Parang hindi masyado, it's not that difficult to get into ba? So if you have that edu emails, you can get Microsoft Office for free. And then the cloud storage is around 1 gig. Um, Again, one of the pinaka-selling point na Microsoft is that it has a lot of features, and then Google Docs is web-based and platform independent. Okay, so nasa web, sa Google Chrome or sa Brave ka mag-edit or sa Microsoft Edge. So it does not have any dependency on a certain platform. It's purely online when you try to edit Google Docs. Although you can also sync files on your computer. But again, the ones that I did, shown you, yung Google Docs na may parang integration, parang collaboration na work, that's purely online. So this is free as long as you have a Gmail account. You have no payment. And then the initial free cloud storage as well is 15 gig. Much, much higher, 15 times higher than the Microsoft Office one. So while Microsoft Office is built with robust features in mind, Google Docs is built with collaboration in mind. So parang it's a tool talaga to help people who are working remotely collaborate and make it easier for them to share their work. Okay. So I think that's it. If you have questions, let's entertain those questions. I know I have been blubbering for the past ilang minutes na. I apologize. I just want na medyo mabilisan din para ma-discuss ko din lahat kasi sayang din kasi. Okay. So what's the risk? What's the risk of file sharing? So if you do not know what you're doing, yung ginawa ko, yung anyone who has the link, if the file has confidential information, never do that. So you can file share through invitation, diba? I already also showed you through invitation. So let's say, for example, for this folder, the HR should be the only ones who can see this folder. So invite people from HR lang. Never, if they try to open a file na under that folder na HR lang pwede, then there will be a parang authorization failure. So it's pretty safe. Safe. Not unless there are a lot of other things na work around na parang gusto niya talagang kunin yun. But in essence, as long as you invite people na that who should be has access to these files and folders, then you're good to go. Okay? So yun. Kahit pa mabigay yung link sa iba, as long as wala sila doon sa folder, it's okay. Can I share files with non-Gmail users? Yes, you can. So yung link, actually, does not kumbaga, wait. So are you saying that can non-Gmail users edit? Is that what you're trying to say? So if that's the case, I don't know the answer, to be honest, but let's try. Okay. So incognito window. Let's try if they can edit. I'm curious as well. Apparently they can. So this one kasi is, again, it's because it's public. That's why it can be edited. Okay? Ay, wait, hindi na pala ako nag-screen share, no? Screen share ko ulit, Sir Luigi. Just to
Yes, sir. Yes.
show this one. Okay. So to answer your question, yes, you can. So this is an incognito window. Wala pong naka-sign in na anyone here. Pero nakapag-edit po ako. As you can see, this is my profile, yung original ko. If I go to the other window, yung nakalagin ang profile ko, let's see if I can see the changes. There, diba? This is yung nakalagin ang profile ko. So, nakita ko na yung changes. And then, who was the one who did it? Si Anonymous. Kasi again, wala siyang nakalagin na profile. So, kita nyo din kung ano yung change niya. Ito yung mga tabs na ito. Okay? So, once you do invitations, of course, di na to magiging anonymous kasi naka-pinpoint na si etong taong to, eto yung nag-edit. So, ngayon kasi naka-public siya, kaya anonymous. So, I hope I made sense. Try to answer as many questions as you can. I like, so ito, like, ang daming curious. So, yes, if the file is shared for anyone who has the link. Is there any storage limit for file sharing? You can store files up to, basta hindi lalagpas ng 15 gig. If what you were trying to say is the block, yung isang file lang like 5 gig na file, no, there's no limit for that. As long as di ka lalagpas ng 15 gig, okay lang. Okay? Again, because kaya walang limit because yung link lang yung pinapasa mo eh. Hindi mo pinapasa yung file per se. So if I have, for example lang if I have a 3 gig movie and I put it in my Google Drive, and then gusto kong ibigay sa kaibigan ko, I will not pass him the entire 3 gig. I will pass him a link and then he will download the 3 gig na movie. So parang ganun yung concept. So again, if you're sharing the link, not the actual file. So mas mabilis, mas convenient, kumbaga. Okay. No. Ano pa ba? Dismiss ko na lang ito. Any more questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Cedric. Sir, I have one question po.
Sure.
Sir, can you recommend or what is the best file sharing service you can recommend po?
Right now, I recommend Google Drive because of the size of that you can work with. You can also have Dropbox. It's another pretty convenient na file sharing. Ganun din. Actually, almost similar lang din talaga yung ano nila, yung features nila. The only lamang ng Google Drive is that you're integrated with Google Sheets already. So what that means is that if I create for example, a new sheet here, automatic na ano siya, pwede na ako maka-edit dito. Kasi si Dropbox kasi wala siyang sariling sariling niyang editor, kumbaga. But I think they partnered with Microsoft, but then again, I still choose Google Drive because of the sheer convenience that it offers. Okay. Ipakita ko na lang din how do I sync yung sinasabi kong sync kanina. So in my Explorer, I have this folder, Google Drive folder. So ito is basically what is inside my this one, the Cento College ebooks forms. So Cento College ebooks form. Ito, the same lang kung anong contents ito. So if I save something here, automatically nasa-save na din siya dito. So yun yung um, convenience na. So ito na yung sinasabi ko kanina na you save in one folder in your desktop, automatic pupunta sa cloud, and then if I have another PC or other people who are in that folder, then automatically makuha na nila yung file na yun without me sending any link. So which is even more convenient. Diba? So
Kasi RG pa siya ang
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Cedric.
i-watch party.
Sir Cedric?
yes po. Um, I
The clarification questions of our participants. Sir, with that po, we would like to thank you for staying with us and sharing your expertise on the topics on how we can use the offline and online applications during this time of pandemic. Sir, thank you so much for staying po until this time and sharing your expertise and tips po.
Okay, no problem. Thank you as well for inviting me.
Yes po, sir. Sir, to add po to your inputs regarding file sharing.
Mhm.
So because, sir, we are using G Suite, I would like to encourage our participants to use our institutional email. So once you are enrolled in the institutional email, you can access the G Suite. And this gives lots of application discussed by our resource person, Cedric. And then this gives us big uh, storage storage data for our cloud services like the Google Drive po.
Yes. Totoo.
So yun po, sir. Thank you so much po and God bless po.
Sige, thank you then. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you po. So now that ends our second day of our training webinar on health and wellness and service excellence. So this whole day training webinar gave us a chance on how we can explore our technology or the offline and online applications that we can use during this time of pandemic. So Sir said give us lots of application that we can utilize, especially in video conferencing and how we can utilize the MS office. So before we end, let me give you again the schedule of our training webinar tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have the discussion on service excellence, specifically on the topics of how we can connect with our customers or clients, how we can deal challenges, especially this time of pandemic, and then how we can have excellent service and enhance our performance, and then how we can understand record at work. So reminder again, so tomorrow before you join the webinar, kindly rename your account. As you can see on your screen, it should be in the format of campus slash office slash your name, or example shown on your screen, Pili slash HRD slash Juan de la Cruz. And next, don't forget to submit an evaluation after the training webinar. So after we end this training webinar, there will be a link that will be given by Zoom. So kindly answer the evaluation. So once again, I would like our resource person today, Sir Cedric Matthew Gador, for sharing his expertise on the topics on how we can utilize offline and online applications. So once again, good day, keep safe, and God bless everyone.